Book 4, Chapter 5b of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4, The Good Little Niece, Chapter 5b. Porfiry Vladimirych tortured Anninka for 2 whole days. He kept on saying, "Wait, don't be in a hurry. Quietly, easily. Say your prayers and receive your benediction," and so on. He tired her to death. Finally, on the 5th day, he was ready to go to town with her, though he found another way of tormenting his dear niece. She was in her fur coat, waiting for him in the vestibule, and he, as if to spite her, lingered a whole hour, dressing and washing and clapping his thighs and crossing himself, and walking back and forth and sitting down and giving orders. "Here," or "See to it," "You know what I mean. See that nothing happens," "You know." He behaved as if he were leaving Golovliovo not for a few hours, but forever. Having tired everybody out, the men and horses who had been waiting at the porch for an hour and a half, his own throat at last got dry from gabbling, and he decided to start out. The entire affair in town was concluded while the horses were eating their oats at the inn. Porfiry Vladimirych produced an account book from which it appeared that when Arina Petrovna died, the orphans had 20,000 rubles or a trifle less in 5% securities. Then the petition to remove the guardianship was filed, along with the papers testifying to the majority of the orphans, and the order was immediately issued to remove the guardianship and transfer both capital and land to the rightful owners. In the evening of the same day, Anninka signed all the papers and inventories that Yudushka had prepared, and when all was done, heaved a sigh of relief. The remaining few days Anninka spent in the greatest agitation. She wanted to leave Golovliovo at once, but her uncle met her attempts with a jest, which, good natured as it sounded, screened a stupid obstinacy that no human power could overcome. "You yourself said you were going to stay a week. Then stay," he said. "I don't understand why you were in such a hurry. You don't have to pay rent, you are welcome without pay. You will have tea and dinner and anything your heart may desire." "But uncle, I must go," Anninka pleaded. "You are on pins and needles, but I am not going to give you horses," jested Yudushka. "I just won't give you horses, and you'll have to be my prisoner. When the week is up, I won't say a word. We'll attend mass and have a bite and some tea and a chat, and we'll take a good look at each other, and then God speed you. But see here, suppose we visit the grave at Voplino again. It would be best to take leave of your grandmother, you know. Maybe her soul will be of guidance to you." "I shouldn't mind it," Anninka consented. "So that's what we'll do. Early in the morning on Wednesday we'll attend mass here, then we'll have a bite before you go, and then my team will take you to Pogorelka. From there to Dvoriky you will go with your own team. You are a landlady yourself, I dare say. You've got your own horses." She had to consent. There is something tremendously powerful in vulgarity. It catches a person unawares, and while he is staring in bewilderment, it has him in its clutches. When we pass a cesspool, we close our noses and try not to breathe. We have to do the same violence to ourselves in an atmosphere saturated with idle chatter and vulgarity, deaden our sight, hearing, smell, and taste, overcome all sensibility, turn into stone. Otherwise we run the danger of suffocation from the miasma of vulgarity. Anninka understood this a bit late perhaps. At any rate, she decided to let the process of her liberation from the Golovliovo captivity take its own course. She was so thoroughly overcome by Yudushka's irresistible twaddle that she dared not resist when he, like a good relative, embraced her and stroked her back, saying as he did so, "You see, now you are a good little girl." She recoiled instinctively at the touch of his trembling, bony hand creeping over her back, but was held back from any other expression of loathing by the hope that he might release her when the week was up. Luckily for her, Yudushka was not at all squeamish. He perhaps observed her impatient gestures, but paid no attention to them. Evidently he adhered to the theory of sexual relationship epitomized in the saying, "Kiss me whether you love me or not." At last came the long expected day of departure. Anninka rose at about 6 o'clock, but Yudushka was already up and about. He had already performed the ceremonial of his morning prayers and was sauntering from room to room in dressing gown and slippers without any plan or purpose. He was visibly agitated, and when he met Anninka, looked at her askew. It was almost full daylight, but the weather was bad. The sky was covered with massive dark clouds from which a chilling sleet was drizzling. The road along the hamlet had turned black and was full of puddles, a forecast of roads impassable because of the thaw. A strong south wind was blowing, another indication of thawing weather. The trees had cast off their snowy mantles, and their nude wet tops swayed drearily. The barns in the yard looked black and slimy. Porfiry Vladimirych led Anninka to the window and pointed out the picture of spring's awakening. "Does it really pay to go?" he asked. "Would it not be better to stay, after all?" "Oh, no, no!" she cried in a frightened voice. "The bad weather will soon be over." "Hardly. If you start now, I doubt if you will reach Pogorelka before 7 o'clock. And in this thawing weather you cannot travel at night, you know. So you'll have to spend a night at Pogorelka anyway." "Oh, no, I'll travel at night. I'll leave at once. I am brave, you know. And wait till 1 o'clock? Uncle, darling, let me leave at once." "And what would grandma say? 'That's the kind of granddaughter I have,' she'll say. 'She came here, romped about, and wouldn't even come to ask my blessing.'" Porfiry Vladimirych stopped. For a while he shifted from one foot to the other, then looked at Anninka, then lowered his eyes. Apparently he was making up his mind about something. "Wait, I'll show you something," he said at last, took a folded note from his pocket and gave it to Anninka. "Here, read this." Anninka read: "I was praying today, and I asked my good, kind God to leave me my good little Anninka. And the good, kind God said, 'Put your arm around good little Anninka's plump waist and press her close to your heart.'" "Yes?" he asked, turning slightly pale. "Fie, how nasty!" she answered, looking at him in bewilderment. Porfiry Vladimirych turned still paler and hissed through his teeth. "I suppose we must have hussars," then crossed himself and shuffled out of the room. In about 15 minutes he returned and resumed his jesting as if nothing had happened. "Well," he asked, "are you going to stop at Voplino? Will you go and say good by to your old granny? Do, my dear, do. It is very good of you to have thought of your grandma. Never forget your kinsfolk, my dear, especially those who, in a manner of speaking, were willing to die for us." They attended the mass and requiem services, ate some kutya in the church, then came home, ate some more kutya, and sat down at the tea table. Porfiry Vladimirych, as if to spite her, sipped his tea more slowly than usual and dragged his words out wearisomely, discoursing in the intervals between gulps. About 10 o'clock they finished tea, and Anninka said imploringly, "May I leave now, uncle?" "Oh, and what about a bite? What about dinner? Did you really think your uncle would let you leave on an empty stomach? Nay, nay. We are not used to such things at Golovliovo. Why, mother dear would have refused to look at me again if she knew I let my own niece go without a morsel. Don't dare think of it. Why, it's impossible." Again she had to surrender. An hour and a half passed, but there were no signs of preparation for dinner. Everybody was going about his business. Yevpraksia, her bunch of keys jingling, was seen in the yard darting between the pantry and the cellar. Porfiry Vladimirych was explaining things to his clerk, wearying him with meaningless orders, and incessantly slapping his own thighs in an effort to while away the time. Anninka, left to herself, walked up and down the dining room, looked at the clock, counted her steps, then the ticks of the clock 1, 2, 3. At times she glanced out of the window and noticed the puddles were growing larger and larger. Finally knives, forks and plates began to rattle. The butler Stepan entered the dining room and spread a cloth upon the table. It seemed as if a part of Yudushka's idle bustle had communicated itself to him. He shuffled the plates sluggishly, breathed on the drinking glasses and examined them, holding them up to the light. Dinner began just at 1:00. "Well, so you are going?" Porfiry Vladimirych opened the conversation in a manner befitting the occasion. Before him was a plate of soup, but he did not touch it. He looked at Anninka so affectionately that the tip of his nose turned red. Anninka swallowed her soup hastily. At last he took up his spoon and dipped it in the soup, but changed his mind and placed it back on the tablecloth. "I am an old man, you'll have to pardon me," he began nagging. "You swallowed your soup in a gulp, but I must take it slowly. I don't like it when people are careless with God's gifts. God gave us bread for sustenance, and look how much of it you have wasted. Look at all the crumbs you scattered. Altogether, I like to do things thoroughly and carefully. It comes out safer in the end. Maybe it annoys you that I am not quick enough, that I can't jump through a hoop, or whatever you call it. Well, what can I do? If you feel like being annoyed, go ahead. I know you will be cross a little while and then forgive the old man. Remember, you are not going to be young always. You will not be jumping through hoops all of your life. Life will give you experience and teach you wisdom. Then you will say, 'Maybe uncle was right after all.' So, my dear, now while you listen to me, you probably think, 'Uncle is no good. Uncle is an old grouch.' But if you live to my old age, you'll pipe a different tune. You'll say, 'Uncle was nice. Uncle was a dear. Uncle taught me right.'" Porfiry Vladimirych crossed himself and swallowed 2 spoonfuls of soup, then put his spoon down and leaned back in his chair as a sign of an ensuing monologue. Bloodsucker was on the tip of her tongue, but she pulled herself up, poured out a glass of water, and drank it at a gulp. Yudushka sensed her mental state. "So you don't like it. Well, like it or not, you'd better take uncle's advice. I've been long meaning to talk to you about your hasty way of doing things, but I could not find the time to do it. I don't like that haste in you. There is fickleness in it, a lack of judgment. When you left your old grandmother, you had no business to leave her and cause the old woman anxiety. I really don't see why you did it." "Oh, uncle, why recall it? It's done. It isn't kind of you." "Wait, that's not the point I'm making, kind or unkind. What I want to say is that even when a thing has been done, it can be undone, or done all over again. Not only we mortals, but even God alters His deeds. Now He sends rain, now He sends fair weather. So suppose really the theater isn't a good place. Suppose you decide to stay." "No, uncle. Let's not speak about it, I beg of you." "And there's another thing I want to tell you. Your fickleness is bad enough, but what is still worse is the way you slight the advice of your elders. I speak for your own good, and you say, 'Let's not speak about it.' Uncle is kind and tender, and you snap at him. But do you know who gave you your uncle? Well, tell me, who?" Anninka looked at him in perplexity. "God gave you your uncle, that is who. God did it. If not for God, you would now be all alone in the world. You would not know how to manage things, or how to file a petition, or where to file it, and what to expect from it. You would be lost in the woods. Anybody could deceive you, abuse you, or even disgrace you. You see? And with the aid of God and your uncle, the whole deal went through in one day. We went to town and filed a petition and got the necessary mandates. You see, my dear, what uncle can do?" "Yes, uncle, I am grateful to you." "Well, if you are, don't snap at me and do as I tell you. I mean your good, though at times it seems to you that—" Anninka could hardly control herself. There was one way left to rid herself of uncle's sermons, to feign that in principle she accepted his proposal to remain at Golovliovo. "All right, uncle," she said. "I'll think it over. I myself feel it is not quite proper to live alone, far from relatives. But I can't make up my mind now. I'll have to think it over." "Well, I am glad to see you have understood me, but what is there to think over? We'll have the horses unhitched, your trunks taken out of the cart. That's all the thinking there is to be done." "No, uncle, you forget I have a sister." Whether her argument convinced Porfiry Vladimirych, or whether the whole scene had been staged for the mere show of it, it is hard to say. Porfiry Vladimirych himself did not know whether Anninka really ought to stay at Golovliovo or whether it was simply a whim of his. At any rate, from that moment on, dinner proceeded at a livelier pace. Anninka agreed to everything he said and answered his questions in a manner that did not provide much nagging and babbling. Nevertheless, the clock showed 2:30 when dinner was over. Anninka jumped up from the table as if she had been sitting in a steam bath and ran to her uncle to say good by. In 10 minutes Yudushka, in his fur coat and bearskin boots, saw her to the porch and in person supervised the process of seating the young mistress in the pony cart. "Easy when you go downhill, you hear? And see that you don't drop her out at the Senkino slope," he shouted to the driver. Finally Anninka was seated, wrapped up, and the leather cover of the cart was fastened. "Suppose you stay," Yudushka shouted again, wishing that in the presence of the servants gathered about all go off properly as befits good kinsfolk. But Anninka already felt free, and was suddenly seized with the desire to play a girlish prank. She stood up in the cart and emphasizing every word said, "No, uncle, I will not. You are a fright." Yudushka pretended not to hear, but his lips turned pale. End of Book 4, Chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4, Chapter 6 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 4, The Good Little Niece, Chapter 6. Anninka was so overjoyed at her liberation from the Golovliovo bondage that she did not even stop to think of the man who at her departure lost all contact with the world of living beings. She thought only of herself. She enjoyed the feeling of escape. And the sensation of freedom was so strong that when she visited the grave at Voplino again, there was no longer a trace of that nervous sensibility which she had betrayed the first time. She listened to the requiem quietly, bowed before the grave without shedding a tear, and quite willingly accepted the priest's invitation to have tea with him. The house of the Voplino priest was very scantily furnished. The only room of state in the house, which served as the reception room, looked naked and dreary. Along the walls were arranged about a dozen painted chairs, upholstered with haircloth, in holes here and there, and a sofa of the same kind, with its back bulging out, like the chest of an old-time general. Against one of the walls, between two windows, stood a plain table covered with a soiled cloth, on which lay several confession books of the parish. From behind them peeped an ink pot with a quill stuck in it. An image case containing an ikon, handed down as a family heirloom, and a burning ikon lamp were suspended in the eastern corner of the room. Underneath the image case stood two trunks covered with a drab faded cloth holding the family linen, the dowry of the lady of the house. The walls were not papered. A few daguerreotype portraits of bishops hung in the center of one wall. There was a peculiar odor in the room, as if many generations of flies and black beetles had met their fate there. The priest himself, though a young man, had become considerably faded amidst these surroundings. His thin flaxen hair hung from his head in long straight locks, like the boughs of a weeping willow. His eyes, once blue, were now lifeless. His voice trembled, his beard had taken on a wedge-like shape, his merino cassock hung on him loosely. His wife, also young, looked even more faded than her husband, because of frequent childbearing. Nevertheless, Anninka could not help noticing that even these poor, timid, worn out people looked upon her not as at a real parishioner, but in pity, as if she were a lost sheep. "You were visiting at your uncle's?" began the priest, carefully removing a cup of tea from the tray held by his wife. "Yes, I stayed there about a week. Porfiry Vladimirych is now the chief landowner in the district and has the greatest power. But it looks as if luck is not with him. First one son died, then the other, and now his mother has departed. I am surprised he did not insist on your staying with him." "Uncle wanted me to stay, but I did not care to." "Why so?" "I prefer to live in freedom." Freedom, madam, is not a bad thing, of course, but it has its dangers. And when you think you are the nearest relative to Porfiry Vladimirych, you could forego a bit of that freedom, I imagine." "No, father, one's own bread tastes better. It's easier to live when you know you are under no obligation to anyone." The priest looked at her with his extinguished eyes, as if he meant to ask, "Come now, do you really know what one's own bread is?" But he had not the courage to hurt her, so he only drew his cassock closer about him. "Do you receive much salary as an actress?" inquired the priest's wife. The priest became thoroughly frightened and even began to wink at his wife. He expected Anninka to be offended, but Anninka was not offended and answered without a waver: "At present I get 150 rubles a month, and my sister earns 100. But then we have benefit performances. All told, the two of us net about 6,000 a year." "Why does sister get less? Is she of inferior merit, or what?" continued the priest's wife. "No, hers is a different genre. I have a voice and I sing, the audience likes it more. Sister's voice is a little weaker, so she plays in vaudeville mostly." "So even in acting some are priests, some deacons, and others just sextons?" "Yes, but we share our income equally. That was our understanding from the very beginning, to share all money equally." "Like good sisters. Well, there is nothing better than that. How much will that be, father? If you divide 6,000 by months, how much will that make?" 500 rubles a month, and divided by 2, it makes 250 rubles a month each." "My, what a heap of money! We could not spend that much in a year. Another thing I meant to ask you. Is it true that actresses are treated as if they were not real women?" The priest became so alarmed that his cassock flew open, but seeing that Anninka took the question quite indifferently, he said to himself, "Eh, she is really a hard nut to crack," and felt reassured. "What do you mean, not real women?" she asked. "Well, they kiss and embrace. I heard they must do it whether they want to or not." "No, they don't kiss, they only pretend to. And as to whether they want to or not, that is out of the question entirely, because everything is done according to the play. They must act whatever is written in the play." "Yes, but even if it's in the play, you know, sometimes a man with a slabbery snout sidles up to you. He is loathsome to look at, but you've got to hold your lips ready to let him kiss you." A blush suffused Anninka's face. There suddenly flashed up in her memory the slabbery face of the brave Captain Papkov, who had actually sidled up to her, and alas, not even in accordance with the play. "You have a wrong notion of what takes place on the stage," she said dryly. "Well, of course, we've never been to the theater, but I am sure many things happen there. Father and I have often been speaking about you, madam. We are sorry for you, very sorry indeed." Anninka was silent. The priest tugged at his beard, as if he too had finally gathered up enough courage to say something. "Of course, it must be admitted, madam, that every calling has its agreeable and disagreeable sides," he at last delivered himself. "But we humans in our failings extol the former and try to forget the latter. Why do we try to forget? Because, madam, we want as far as possible to avoid even the remembrance of duty and of the virtuous life we formerly led." He heaved a sigh and added, "And above all, madam, you must guard your treasure." The priest glanced at Anninka admonishingly, and his wife shook her head sadly as much as to say, "Not much chance of that." "And it is very doubtful whether you can preserve your treasure while an actress," he continued. Anninka was at a loss what answer to make to these warnings. Little by little she began to see that the talk of these simple-minded folk about her treasure was of the same value as the pointed remarks of the officers of the regiments stationed in the various towns about las choses. Now it became quite clear to her that both at her uncle's and at the priest's she was considered a peculiar individual to whom one may condescend, but from a distance, so as not to soil oneself. "Father, why is your church so poor?" she asked to change the subject. "There is nothing here to make it rich. That's why it's poor. The landlords are all away in the government service, and the peasants haven't much to thrive on. In all, there are a little over 200 parishioners." "Our bell, you see, is a very poor one," sighed the priest's wife. "Yes, the bell and everything. Our bell, madam, weighs only 500 pounds, and to make matters worse, it is cracked. It does not ring, it coughs. To be so poor is even sinful. The late Arina Petrovna promised to erect a new bell, and if she were alive, we would most likely have a new bell by now." "But why don't you tell uncle that grandmother promised you one?" "I did tell him, madam, and I must admit he listened very kindly to my grievance, but he could not give me a satisfactory answer. He said he had heard nothing about it from mother, that his late dear mother had never spoken about the matter. He would gladly carry out her wishes, he said, if he had only heard mother express them." "He could not help hearing them," said the priest's wife. "It was known throughout the district." "So we live on in this wise. At first we had hopes, at least. Now we have no hopes left. Not to mention our own personal needs, there is nothing to perform the service with sometimes, neither host nor red wine." Anninka wanted to rise and take leave, but a new tray appeared on the table, with two dishes on it, one of mushrooms, the other with bits of caviar, and a bottle of Madeira. "Do oblige us and have a bite. It's the best we have." Anninka obeyed and quickly swallowed some mushrooms, but refused the Madeira. "Another thing I meant to ask," continued the priest's wife. "We have a girl in our parish, the daughter of a peasant in the service of Lyshechevsky. She was the chambermaid of a certain actress in St. Petersburg. She says the life of an actress is very easy and pleasant, but an actress must produce a special passport every month. Is that true?" Anninka stared at her and did not understand. "That is for the greater freedom," explained the priest. "But I think she did not tell the truth. On the contrary, I heard that many actresses even get pensions from the government for their services." Anninka became convinced that matters were going from bad to worse, and she rose to take leave. "We thought you would give up acting now," the priest's wife persisted. "Why should I?" "Yes, but you're a lady. You have reached your majority. You have an estate of your own. What could be better?" "And you are your uncle's heiress, you know," added the priest. "No, I shan't live here." "And how we were hoping for it! The father and I would often speak about our little mistress. We thought you would surely come to live at Pogorelka. In the summer it is very nice here. You can go to the woods and pick mushrooms," tempted the priest's wife. "We have mushrooms even in a dry summer, plenty of mushrooms," chimed the priest. At last Anninka left. When she reached Pogorelka, her first word was, "Horses. Please have the horses ready at once." But Fedulych only shrugged his shoulders. "What's the use of shouting horses? We haven't fed them yet," he grumbled. "But why? Oh, my God! As if everybody were conspiring against me." "Oh, that's it. We have conspired. How can you help conspiring if it's clear as day that we can't ride at night in thawing weather? Anyway, you'll get stranded in the mud a whole night, so it is better to be stranded at home, I think." Grandmother's apartments had been well heated. The bedroom had been prepared, and a samovar was puffing on the table. Afimyushka scraped together the remnants of tea at the bottom of Arina Petrovna's tea caddy. While the tea was drawing, Fedulych stood at the door, his arms folded, facing the young mistress. Beside him stood the cattle woman and Morkovna, looking as if at the first wave of the hand they were ready to flee for their lives. Fedulych was first to begin the conversation. "The tea is grandmother's. Just a bit left in the bottom of the box. Porfiry Vladimirych was going to take the box away, too, but I wouldn't let him. Maybe, I say, the young mistress will come and will want to have some hot tea. So let it stay here till she gets some of her own." Well, I had no trouble with him. He even joked. "You old rascal," he says, "you will use it up yourself. Be sure," he says, "to bring the box to Golovliovo. I wouldn't be surprised if he sends for it tomorrow." "You should have given it to him then." "Why should we? He has enough tea of his own. And now at least we too will have some after you. Another thing, madam, are you going to make us over to Porfiry Vladimirych?" "Why, I never meant to." "Just so. We were going to mutiny, you know. If supposing, let's say, we were put under the rule of the Golovliovo master, we will all hand in our resignations." "Why? Is uncle really so terrible?" "No, he is not terrible, but he tortures you. He is all words. He can talk a man into his grave." Anninka smiled involuntarily. It was vile dirt indeed that oozed from Yudushka's orations, not mere babble. It was an ill-smelling wound from which the pus flowed incessantly. "And what have you decided about yourself?" Fedulych continued to question. "Why, what was there to decide about myself?" said Anninka, a bit confused, feeling that she would again be compelled to listen to orations on the treasure. "Aren't you really going to give up acting?" "No. That is, I haven't thought of it so far. But what harm is there in my earning my own bread?" "I don't see any good in going with a bagpipe from fair to fair to amuse drunkards. Surely you are a lady." Anninka did not reply, only knitting her brows. A painful thought drummed in her head. "God! When will I leave this place?" "Of course, you know better how to take care of yourself. But we thought you would come back to live with us. The house is warm and roomy enough to play tag in. The late mistress looked after the building herself. And if you feel dull, why then you can go sleigh riding. In the summer you can go to the woods to pick mushrooms. We have all kinds of mushrooms here, lots of them," lisped Afimyushka temptingly. Anninka leaned her elbows on the table and tried not to listen. "There was a girl here," continued Fedulych cruelly. "She was a chambermaid in St. Petersburg. She says all actresses must have special passports. Every month they have to present their license at the police station." Anninka could bear it no longer. She had had to listen to such speeches all day long. "Fedulych!" she shouted in pain. "What have I done to you? Why do you take pleasure in insulting me?" It was all she could stand. She felt as if something was strangling her. Another word and she would break down. End of Book 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 5, Chapter 1 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 5. Forbidden Family Joys. Chapter 1. Not long before the catastrophe that befell Petenka, Arina Petrovna, on one of her visits to Golovliovo, noticed a change in Yevpraksia. Brought up in the practices of serfdom, where the pregnancy of a domestic was the subject of a detailed and not uninteresting investigation, and was even considered an item of income, Arina Petrovna had a keen eye for such matters. She merely looked at Yevpraksia, and the girl without saying a word turned away her flushed face in full cognizance of her guilt. Come now, my lady. Look at me. Pregnant, eh?" the experienced old woman asked the young culprit. However, there was no reproach in her voice. On the contrary, it sounded jocose, almost gay, as if the old woman scented a whiff of the dear, good old times. Yevpraksia, bashful and complacent, kept silence, but under Arina Petrovna's inquisitive look, the red of her cheeks deepened. "For some time I have been noticing that you walk kind of stiff, strutting about and twirling your skirts as if you were a respectable lady. But, my dear, you can't fool me with your strutting and twirling. I can see your girlish tricks 5 versts ahead. Is it the wind that puffed you up? Since when is it? Out with it now. Tell me all about it." A detailed inquiry ensued, followed by a no less detailed explanation. When had the first symptoms appeared? Had she a midwife in view? Did Porfiry Vladimirych know of the joy in store for him? Was Yevpraksia taking good care of herself? Was she careful not to lift anything heavy? The findings were that it was now the 5th month since Yevpraksia had been pregnant, that she had no midwife in view as yet, that Porfiry Vladimirych had been informed of the matter, but had said nothing. He had only folded his hands, mumbled something, and glanced at the ikon, to intimate that all is from God and that He, the Heavenly Father, provides for all occasions. Yevpraksia had been careless. She had lifted a samovar and had then and there felt that something inside of her snapped. "You've got brains, I must say," said Arina Petrovna in a grieved tone when the confession was out. "I see I'll have to look into the matter myself. Did you ever? A woman in the 5th month and hasn't even provided for a midwife. But why, at least, didn't you see Ulita about it, you fool, you?" "I was going to, but the master doesn't like Ulita, you know." "Nonsense, girl, nonsense. Whether Ulita offended the master or not has nothing at all to do with the case. He doesn't have to kiss her, does he? No, there is no way out of it. I'll have to take this thing in hand myself." It was on the tip of her tongue to complain that even in her old age she had hardships to bear, but the subject of the conversation was so attractive that she only parted her lips with a smack and continued: "Well, my girl, you are in for it. Take your medicine, try it, and see how it tastes. Go ahead, just try it. I myself raised 3 sons and a daughter, and I buried 5 little ones. I ought to know. We are no better than slaves to those nasty men," she added, slapping herself on the nape of her neck. Suddenly she stopped, struck by a new idea. "Holy saints! If it isn't going to be in Lent! Wait, just a moment, let's figure it out." They began to figure on their fingers, they figured once, twice, a third time. It surely came out on a Lenten day. "So that's how it is. That's the kind of saint he is. Just wait, I'll tease the life out of him. A pretty mess for him. I'll tease him. My name is Mud if I won't." And truly that very day, when all were gathered at evening tea, Arina Petrovna began to poke fun at Yudushka. "See what a trick our saint has played. Maybe it really is the wind that puffed your queen up. Well, brother, you've surprised me, I must say." At first Yudushka answered his mother's banter with grimaces of aversion, but seeing that Arina Petrovna spoke good-naturedly and meant no harm, he brightened up little by little. "You are a wag, mother dear, you certainly are," he jested in his turn, though evading the real point. "Why call me a wag? We had better speak seriously about the matter. It's no joke, you know. It's a sacrament, that's what it is. Though not a proper one, but still no, we've got to give it serious thought. What do you think? Is she to stay here, or will you send her to the town?" "I don't know, mother. I don't know a thing, darling," said Porfiry Vladimirych evasively. "You are a wag, you certainly are." "Well, my girl, never mind then. We'll talk it over, just the two of us, at leisure. We'll figure it out and arrange things properly. These mean men, all they need is to satisfy their lust, and we, poor devils, we get the worst of it." Arina Petrovna felt in her element. She spent a whole evening discussing things with Yevpraksia and could have gone on indefinitely. Even her cheeks began to glow and her eyes to glitter youthfully. "You know, my dear, what it is? It's something divine, it is," she insisted. "Because even if it isn't in the proper way, still it's the natural way. But you had better look out. If it comes during Lent, God save you. I'll tease you to death. I'll make this world too hot for you." Ulita was also called into the council. First matters of real importance were taken up, whether an injection was to be made, or whether the abdomen was to be massaged with quicksilver salve. Then they turned to the favorite theme and figured on their fingers again. It came out on a Lenten day. Yevpraksia turned as red as a peony and did not deny it, but pleaded her subordinate position. "What can I do?" she said. "I must do what he wants me to do. If the master orders us to do something we poor devils can't help but obey." "Look at her playing the goody-goody. I'll bet you yourself," jested Arina Petrovna. The woman fairly reveled in the affair. Arina Petrovna recalled a number of incidents from her past and did not fail to narrate them. First she told of her own pregnancies, what tortures she had had to stand from Simple Simon, how, while carrying Pavel Vladimirych, she traveled by post to Moscow, changing horses at every stage so as not to miss the Dubrovino auction, and as a result nearly departed to the better world, etc., etc. All her deliveries had been remarkable for something or other. Yudushka's was the only one that had come easy. "I didn't feel the least bit of heaviness," she said. "I would sit and think, 'Lord, am I really pregnant?' And when the time came, I just lay down to rest for a few minutes, and I don't know how it happened. I gave birth to him. He was the easiest son to me, the very, very easiest." Then followed stories about domestics, how she herself caught some of them in the act, how others were spied upon by her trusties, Ulita being generally the leader. Her old woman's memory faithfully guarded these remarkably distinct recollections. In all her drab past, Always devoted to hoarding on both a petty and a large scale, the tracking of lust-stricken domestics was the only romantic element that touched a living chord in her. It was as if in a dull magazine, where the reader expects to find treatises on dry fogs and Ovid's grave, he suddenly comes upon "See the troika gaily dashing," or some such spirited song of gaiety or sadness. The dénouement of these simple love affairs of the maid's room was generally drastic and even cruel. The woman was married off into a remote village, by all means to a widower with a large family, the male culprit was degraded to the position of a cattle tender or even pressed into military service. Arina Petrovna's recollection of the closing chapters of such romances had faded. Cultured people have a memory indulgent of their own past. But the spying out of the amorous intrigues passed before her eyes in all its vividness. And no wonder. In those days there was the same absorbing interest in spying of that sort as there is nowadays in the serial evening story, in which the author, instead of at once crowning the mutual longing of the hero and the heroine, breaks off at the most pathetic place and writes, "To be continued." Those girls gave me no end of trouble. Some would keep up the pretense to the last minute and would feign and sham in the hope of eluding me. But no, my dear, you can't fool me. I am an old hand at it myself," she added almost sternly, as if threatening someone. Finally came the stories of diplomatic pregnancies, so to speak, in which Arina Petrovna had figured not as the chastiser, but as the accomplice and concealer. For example, her father Piotr Ivanich, when he was an old tottering man of 70, had also had a mistress, who had also been discovered with an increment, and for higher considerations it had been necessary to conceal the increment from the old man. As ill luck would have it, Arina Petrovna was then at odds with her brother Piotr Petrovich, who, also for some diplomatic reasons, had wanted to spy upon the pregnancy and leave his father in no doubt as to his lady love's position. And what do you think? We carried the whole thing through almost in front of father's nose. The old dear slept in his bedroom, and the two of us, alongside of him, went on with our work, quietly, in a whisper and on tiptoe. I myself with my own hands closed up her mouth so she could not scream, disposed of the linen, and then grabbed hold of her baby he was a fine big fellow and dispatched him to the foundling asylum. When brother learned about it a week later, he only gasped. There had been another diplomatic pregnancy. Her cousin Varvara Mikhailovna had been involved in the case. Her husband had left on a campaign against the Turks, and she had not been sufficiently careful. She came galloping to Golovliovo like one possessed and had shouted, "Save me, cousin!" Well, though we were on the outs with her at that time, I did not make her feel it. I welcomed her in the most hospitable way, calmed her, reassured her, pretended she had just come to us on a visit, and fixed the matter up so that her husband did not know a thing about it till his dying day. Thus ran the tales of Arina Petrovna, and seldom has a narrator found more attentive listeners. Yevpraksia swallowed every word as if the incidents of a wonderful fairy tale were actually passing before her eyes. As to Ulita, she, as an erstwhile participant in most of it, only made smacking sounds with the corners of her lips. Ulita also brightened up and felt more comfortable than she had for a long time. Hers was a restless life. Even in childhood she had burned with servile ambitions. Sleeping and waking, she would dream about gaining favor in her master's eyes and getting the whip hand over those in her own station in life. But her dreams never came true. As soon as she set foot on the rung higher up, she would be tugged back and plunged into the inferno by an unseen mysterious power. She possessed in perfection the qualities of an all-round servant of the gentlefolk. She was venomous, evil-tongued, and always ready for treachery, but also slavishly ready to go anywhere and do anything that neutralized her viciousness. In former days, when it was necessary to follow up an event in the maid servant's room or settle any dubious affair, Arina Petrovna had gladly made use of her services, though she had never appreciated them and had not admitted her to any office of trust. Ulita would then make loud complaints and sting with her tongue, but no one paid attention to her grumblings. for she was well known as a malevolent woman, ready to curse herself and others to eternal damnation, but the next moment at a mere wink willing to come running and sit up on her hind legs prepared to do her master's bidding. And so she had been knocked about, always trying to get somewhere and never getting there, till the abolition of serfdom put an end to her slavish ambitions. One event in Ulita's youth had kindled in her great hopes. Porfiry Vladimirych, on one of his visits to Golovliovo, had become intimate with her and, as tradition had it, had even had a child by her. That had brought down upon him the wrath of Arina Petrovna. It is uncertain whether the relationship had been kept up on his subsequent visits. At any rate, when Yudushka decided to establish himself permanently at Golovliovo, Ulita's hopes had been shattered grievously. Immediately after his arrival, she came to him with a heap of gossip, in which Arina Petrovna was accused of all sorts of fraud. The master listened very affably to her gossip, but gave Ulita a cold look, evidently failing to remember her former good services. Offended and deceived in her hopes, Ulita transferred herself to Dubrovino, where Pavel Vladimirych, because of his hatred for his dear brother Porfiry Vladimirych, received her gladly and even made her his housekeeper. Here for a long time her conditions seemed to improve. Pavel Vladimirych would sit in the entresol and sip one glass of vodka after another, and she would run busily from storeroom to cellar, clanging a bunch of keys and rattling her tongue. She had even quarreled with Arina Petrovna, whom the sly wench nearly drove to her grave. But Ulita loved treachery too well to be content with the peace and quiet that had come with her good living. That was when Pavel Vladimirych had become so addicted to drink that his end could readily be foreseen. Porfiry Vladimirych was alive to Ulita's priceless value at this juncture, and he snapped his fingers again and summoned her. He ordered her never for a moment to leave his prey, not to contradict Pavel in anything, not even in his hatred of his brother Porfiry, and by all means to eliminate the interference of Arina Petrovna. This had been one of those domestic crimes which Yudushka had a gift of perpetrating without previous deliberation, spontaneously, and as a matter of course. Needless to say, Ulita carried out his orders most faithfully. Pavel Vladimirych never ceased to hate his brother, and the more he hated him, the more he drank his vodka, and the less capable he became of heeding the remarks and advice of Arina Petrovna as to making provisions. Every moment of the dying man, every word uttered were at once reported to Golovliovo, so that Yudushka, equipped with a full knowledge of the facts, could determine the exact moment he should have to leave his ambush and step in as master of the situation that he had created. And so he had. He had come to Dubrovino at the very moment that he could get the estate for the asking. Porfiry Vladimirych had rewarded Ulita's services by making her a gift of cloth for a woolen dress, but he never admitted her close to him. Again Ulita had been plunged from the heights of grandeur into the depths of inferno. It seemed to be her last fall. No one would snap his fingers again and summon her for service. As a sign of special favor and in consideration of her nursing dear brother in his last days, she had been allotted a nook in the house where all the deserving old servants who had remained after the abolition of serfdom had found shelter. Here Ulita had become completely cowed, and when Porfiry Vladimirych made his choice of Yevpraksia, she not only had not shown any obstinacy, but had even been first to come to do homage to the master's love and had kissed her shoulder. And now, when she had given herself up as forgotten and abandoned, she struck luck once more in Yevpraksia's pregnancy. It was suddenly recalled that somewhere in the servants' room there was a handy person. Somebody snapped her fingers and summoned Ulita. True, it was not the master who had snapped his fingers, but that he offered no obstacles was in itself sufficient grace. Ulita celebrated her entry into the Golovliovo manor by taking the samovar from Yevpraksia's hands. Bending sidewise a bit with the weight of it, she walked smartly into the dining room where Porfiry Vladimirych was already seated. The master said not a word. He even smiled, she thought, when upon another occasion, as she was bringing in the samovar, she shouted from a distance, "Step to one side, master, or I'll scald you." When Ulita answered the summons to the family council, she made wry faces at first and refused to be seated. But when Arina Petrovna shouted at her in a kindly way, "Sit down, will you? What's the use of your tricks? God made us all equal. Be seated." Ulita sat down and kept silence a while. Very shortly, however, her tongue unloosened. She, too, had her reminiscences. Her memory was stuffed with filth from the days of her serfdom. Beside the carrying out of delicate commissions, like dogging the amorous doings of the maid's room, Ulita had also held the office of leech and apothecary in the Golovliovo manor. It was she who made all the injections and applied the cupping glasses and mustard plasters. She had given even the old master, Vladimir Mikhailych, and Arina Petrovna injections, and the young master, too, every one of them. She retained the most grateful memories, and now there was a boundless field for all her reminiscences. A new mysterious life animated the Golovliovo manor. Arina Petrovna would come over from Pogorelka every now and then to pay her good son a visit, and supervise preparations that as yet were given no name. After the evening, the three women would go into Yevpraksia's room, would eat some homemade jam, play fool, and till late into the night would revel in reminiscences that would often make the heroine of the occasion blush. The least incident, the smallest trifle, served as a pretext for endless narrations. Yevpraksia brought some raspberry jam, and Arina Petrovna began a story that when she was carrying her daughter Sonya, she could not stand even the smell of raspberries. No sooner did a raspberry come into the house than I began to yell at the top of my voice, "Out! Out with that damned thing!" After my confinement, it was all right again. I liked raspberries again. Yevpraksia brought some caviar, and Arina Petrovna had an incident to recall in connection with caviar, too. A really wonderful thing happened to me in connection with caviar. It was a month or two after I was married, and suddenly I was seized with such a strong desire for caviar that I simply had to have it at any cost. I would sneak into the cellar and eat as much as I could. And once I said to my husband, "Vladimir Mikhailych, why is it that I eat caviar all the time?" He smiled at me, you know, and said, "My dear, it is because you are pregnant." And surely enough, just 9 months afterward, I gave birth to Simple Simon. But Porfiry Vladimirych continued to be non-committal, never once admitting that he had anything to do with Yevpraksia's condition. Quite naturally, this attitude of his embarrassed the women and dampened their effusions in his presence, so that he came to be completely abandoned. They chased him without ceremony from Yevpraksia's room when he came in the evening to rest up and have a chat. "Begone, you fine fellow," Arina Petrovna said gaily. "You did your part. Now it's none of your business any more. It's the women's business. It's our turn now." Yudushka took himself off in all meekness. Though not neglecting to reproach his mother dear for being unkind to him, he rejoiced inwardly that she was taking so much interest in the embarrassing affair, and that he was left alone. If not for his mother's participation, God knows what he would have had to undergo in order to hush up the nasty affair, the very thought of which made him spit out in disgust. Now, thanks to the experience of Arina Petrovna and the skill of Ulita, he hoped the trouble would pass without gaining publicity, and he himself, perhaps, would learn of the results after all was over. End of Book 5, Chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 5, Chapter 2a of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 5, Forbidden Family Joys, Chapter 2a. Porfiry Vladimirych's hopes were not realized. First occurred the catastrophe with Petenka, then Arina Petrovna's death. And there was no possibility in sight of his extricating himself by means of some ugly machinations. He could not dismiss Yevpraksia for dissolute conduct, because Arina Petrovna had carried the affair too far and made it too widely known. Nor was Ulita so very reliable. Dexterous woman though she was, yet if he put his trust in her, he might have to deal with the coroner. For the first time in his life Yudushka seriously and sincerely regretted his loneliness. For the first time he realized vaguely that the people around him were not mere pawns to be played with. "Why didn't she wait a while to die?" Yudushka reproached his mother dear. "She should have fixed it all up quietly and with good sense, and then as she pleased. If it's time to die, you can't help it. I am sorry for the old woman. But if God wills it so, all our tears and the doctors and the cures and all of us are naught before the power of God. The old woman lived long enough. She had her day, was herself a mistress all her life, and left her children a gentry estate. She lived to old age. Well, that's enough." And as usual, his idle mind, not used to dwell on a matter presenting practical obstacles, skipped to the easier topic that gave occasion to endless, unhampered verbiage. And to think how she died. Why, her death was worthy of a saint, he lied to himself, not knowing, though, whether he lied or spoke the truth. Without ailment, without trouble, just so. She heaved a sigh, and before we knew it, she was no more. Oh, mother dear, and her smile and the glow of her cheeks, her hands placed together as if she wanted to confer a blessing. She shut her eyes and good by. But in the very heat of his sentimental babblings, something would suddenly prick him. That filthy business again. Fie, fie! And really, why didn't she wait a while? It was only a matter of a month or so, and now look what she did. For some time he attempted to pretend ignorance, and answered Ulita's inquiries just as he had answered his mother's. "I don't know. I don't know anything." But Ulita, an impudent woman who had suddenly become conscious of her power, could not be dismissed like that. "Do I know? Have I brought this business on?" she cut him short. And then he realized that from that moment on the happy combination of the rôle of adulterer with the rôle of the unconcerned observer of the consequences of his adultery had become quite impossible. Nearer and nearer came the disaster, inevitable, tangible. It pursued him relentlessly, and, what was worst of all, it paralyzed his idle mind. He exerted all possible efforts to rid himself of the thought of the approaching calamity, to drown it in a torrent of idle words, but he succeeded only in part. He tried to hide behind the infallibility of the law of Providence and, as was his custom, turned it into a ball of thread which he could wind and unwind without end. There was the parable of the hair falling from a man's head, and the legend of the house built on sand. But just at the moment when his idle thoughts were about to roll down into a kind of mysterious abyss, when the endless winding of the ball seemed quite assured, a single word suddenly jumped out from the ambush and broke the thread. Alas! That one word was adultery, and designated an act of which Yudushka did not wish to confess himself guilty, even to himself. When all his efforts to forget the disaster or to do away with it proved futile, when he realized at last that he was caught, his soul became filled with anguish. He walked back and forth in the room, thinking of nothing, and he felt that something inside of him trembled and ached. It was a check that his idle mind felt for the first time. Up to now, wherever his idle and empty imagination carried him, it always found boundless space, space that gave room to all possible kinds of combinations. Even the deaths of Volodka and Petka, even the death of Arina Petrovna had not baffled his flow of idle thoughts and words. Those were common, well-recognized situations met by well-recognized, well-established forms, requiems, funeral dinners, and the like. All this he had done in strict accordance with the custom, and thus vindicated himself, so to speak, before the laws of man and Providence. But adultery, what was that? Why, that meant an arraignment of his entire life, the showing up of its inner sham. Though he had formerly been known as a pettifogger, even as a bloodsucker, gossip had had so little legal background that he could safely retort, "Prove it." And now all of a sudden, adulterer. A known, convicted adulterer. He had not even resorted to measures, so great had been his confidence in Arina Petrovna. He had not even worked up a story to cover the thing. And on a Lenten day at that. The shame of it! In these inner talks with himself, in spite of their confusion, there was something like an awakening of conscience. But the question was whether Yudushka would continue along that path, or whether his idle mind would even in this grave matter perform its usual function of finding a loophole through which he could crawl out and emerge unscathed. While Yudushka was thus smarting under his own mental vacuity, Yevpraksia was undergoing an unexpected inner change. Evidently the anticipation of motherhood untied the mental fetters that had hitherto held her bound. Up to that time she had been indifferent to everything, and regarded Porfiry Vladimirych as a master in relation to whom she was a mere subordinate. Now for the first time she grasped a definite idea. It began to dawn on her that here was a state of affairs where she was the most important figure, and where she could not be driven about with impunity. As a consequence, even her face, usually blank and stolid, became lighted up and intelligent. The death of Arina Petrovna had been the first fact in her semi-conscious life that produced a sobering effect upon her. No matter how peculiar the attitude of the old mistress to Yevpraksia's prospective motherhood was, still there were glimpses of sympathy in it, and nothing of the disgusting evasiveness of Yudushka. So Yevpraksia had begun to see a protector in Arina Petrovna, as if expecting that some kind of attack was being planned against her. The forebodings of that attack were all the more persistent since they were not illuminated by consciousness, but merely filled the whole of her being with vague anxiety. Her mind was not vigorous enough to tell her definitely the point from which the attack would come and the form it would take. But her instincts had already been so aroused that the very sight of Yudushka filled her with an inexplicable fear. Yes, that's where it will come from, reverberated in the inner chambers of her soul. From that coffin filled with dead dust, from that coffin she had so long been tending like a hireling, from that coffin which by some miracle had become the father and lord of her child. The feeling this thought awakened in her was akin to hatred, and would inevitably have passed into hatred had it not been diverted by the sympathy and interest of Arina Petrovna, who, by constant chatter, never gave Yevpraksia a chance to think. But Arina Petrovna retired to Pogorelka and then vanished entirely. The feeling of anxiety and uneasiness in Yevpraksia became still more intense. The stillness in which the Golovliovo manor became engulfed was broken only by a rustle announcing that Yudushka was stealing through the corridors, listening at the doors. Or sometimes some one of the servants would come running from the yard and bang the door of the maid's room. But then stillness would again creep in from all sides. It was a dead stillness that filled Yevpraksia's being with superstitions and anguish. And since she was nearing her time, she had not even the sleepy feeling to look forward to that came in the evening after a day of household chores. She tried once or twice to be affectionate with Porfiry Vladimirych and engage his kindly sympathies. Her attempts only resulted in brief but mean scenes that reacted painfully even on her crude sensibilities. All that was left to her was to sit with her arms folded and think, that is, be alarmed. And as to the causes for alarm, they multiplied daily. The death of Arina Petrovna had untied Yudushka's hands and introduced into the Golovliovo manor a new element of tale-bearing, which thereafter became the one thing in which Yudushka's soul reveled. Ulita was aware that Porfiry Vladimirych was afraid, and that with his idle, empty, perfidious character, fear bordered on hatred. Besides, she knew very well that he was incapable not only of attachment, but even of simple pity. And he kept Yevpraksia only because, thanks to her, his daily life flowed on in an undeviating rut. Equipped with these simple data, Ulita was in a position to nurse the feeling of hatred that arose in Yudushka whenever he was reminded of the coming disaster. Soon Yevpraksia became entangled in a web of gossip. Ulita every now and then reported to the master. In one instance she complained about the wasteful disposal of house provisions. "I am afraid, master, your stuff is spent a bit too fast. I went to the cellar a while ago to get cured beef. I remembered a new tub had been begun not long ago, and would you believe it? I look into the tub and find only 2 or 3 slices at the bottom." "Is it possible?" said Porfiry Vladimirych, staring at her. "If I had not seen it myself, I shouldn't have believed it either. It's surprising what heaps of stuff are used up, butter, barley, pickles, everything. Other folk feed their servants on gruel and goose fat, but our servants must have it with butter and sweet butter at that." "Is that so?" exclaimed Porfiry Vladimirych, almost frightened. At another time she entered casually and reported about the master's linen. "Master, I think you ought to stop Yevpraksia, really. Of course she is a girl, inexperienced, but still, take the linen for instance. She wasted piles of it on bed sheets and swaddling clothes, and it's all fine linen, you know." Porfiry Vladimirych merely cast a fiery glance, but the whole of his empty being was thrown into convulsions by her report. "Of course she cares for her infant," continued Ulita in a mellifluous voice. "She thinks Lord knows what a prince is going to be born. And I think that he, I mean the infant, could well sleep on fustian bedding with such a mother. At times she simply teased Yudushka. 'Do you know, master, what I was going to ask you?' she began. 'What are you going to do about the infant? Are you going to make him your son, or will you, like other folk, put him in the foundling asylum?' At this, Porfiry Vladimirych flashed such a fierce glance at her that she was instantly silenced. And amidst the hatred that was rising from every corner, the moment drew nearer and nearer when the appearance of a tiny, crying servant of God would in one way or another bring order into the moral chaos of the Golovliovo manor, and would increase the number of the servants of God that inhabit this universe. It was 7:00 in the evening. Porfiry Vladimirych had had his after dinner nap and was in his study filling up sheets of paper with columns of figures. He was busy with the following problem: how much money would he now have had if his dear mother Arina Petrovna had not appropriated the 100 ruble note his grandfather had given him on the day of his birth, but had placed it in the bank to the credit of the minor Porfiry? It came out not much, only 800 rubles in notes. "It isn't a lot of money, let's say," Yudushka mused idly, "but still it's good to know that you have it for a rainy day. Any time you need it, you can just go and get it. You don't have to bow to anybody or ask favors. Just take your own money, given to you by your grandfather. Oh, mother dear, how could you have acted so rashly?" Porfiry Vladimirych had allayed the fears that had only recently paralyzed his capacity for thinking idle nonsense. The glimmerings of conscience awakened by the difficult position in which Yevpraksia's pregnancy put him, and by the sudden death of Arina Petrovna, little by little faded away. His idle mind had done its work, and Yudushka had finally succeeded by great effort, it is true, in drowning all thought of the impending disaster in his bottomless pit of verbiage. One could not say he had made up his mind consciously, but rather intuitively. It was instinct in him that made him revert to his favorite formula: "I don't know anything, I allow nothing, I forbid everything," which he applied in every difficulty. On this occasion, too, it put an end to the inner turbulence that had briefly agitated him. Now, this matter of the coming birth was of no concern to him, and his face assumed an indifferent, impenetrable look. He almost ignored Yevpraksia, not even calling her by name. If ever he did inquire about her, he would say, "So about that woman, still sick?" He proved to be so strong that even Ulita, who had been through the school of serfdom and had learned quite a lot about reading people's minds, realized that to battle with a man who had no scruples and who would go to any lengths was quite impossible. The Golovliovo manor was plunged in darkness. Only Yudushka's study and the side room occupied by Yevpraksia were illuminated by a glimmering light. Stillness reigned in Yudushka's rooms, broken only by the rattle of the beads on the counting board and the faint squeak of Yudushka's pencil. Suddenly, in the dead stillness, he heard a distant but piercing groan. Yudushka trembled, his lips quivered, his pencil jerked. 120 rubles plus 12 rubles and 10 kopecks," whispered Porfiry Vladimirych, endeavoring to stifle the unpleasant sensation produced by the groan. But the groans were now coming with increasing frequency. Finally they got to be annoying. It became so difficult for him to work that he left the desk. First he paced back and forth, trying not to hear, but little by little curiosity gained the upper hand. He opened the door cautiously, put his head into the darkness of the adjacent room, and listened in an attitude of watchful expectation. "My, I think I forgot to light the lamp before the ikon of the Holy Virgin, the assuager of our sorrows," flashed through his mind. Suddenly he heard quick footsteps in the corridor, and he darted back into his study, cautiously closing the door and mincing on tiptoe to the ikon. A moment later he was already in proper form, so that when the door opened wide and Ulita rushed into the room, she found him in a pose of prayer with folded hands. "I am afraid Yevpraksia's life is in danger," said Ulita, not hesitating to interrupt Yudushka's prayers. But Porfiry Vladimirych did not even turn his face. He began to move his lips faster than before, and instead of answering, waved his hand in the air as if to chase away an annoying fly. "What's the use of waving your hand? I say Yevpraksia is doing poorly. She may die any moment," Ulita insisted gruffly. This time Yudushka turned toward her, but his face was as calm and unctuous as if he had just been in communion with the deity, and had cast off all earthly cares and did not even understand what would make people disturb him. "Though it's sinful to chide after prayer, still, as a human being, I cannot keep from complaining. How many times have I asked you not to disturb me when I say my prayers?" he said in a voice befitting his worshipful mood, and permitting himself only a shake of his head as a sign of Christian reproach. "Well, what has happened?" "What could have happened? Yevpraksia is in labor and cannot give birth. As if you haven't heard it before. Oh, you! Go and look at her at least." "What is there to look at? Am I a doctor? Can I give her advice or what? I don't know anything. I don't know any of your business. I know there is a sick woman in the house, but why she is sick and what her sickness is, that, I confess, I never had the curiosity to find out. Send for the priest if the patient is in danger. That's one piece of advice I can give you. Send for the priest. Pray with him. Light the ikon lamps. And then I'll have tea with the parson." Porfiry Vladimirych was glad that he expressed himself so well in this most decisive moment. He looked at Ulita firmly as if he meant to say, "Well, refute me if you can." Even she was baffled by his equanimity. "Suppose you do come and take a look," she repeated. "I will not go because I have nothing to do there. If it were business, I would go without being called. If I have to go 5 versts on business, I'll go 5 versts. And if 10 versts, I'll go 10. It may be in wind and storm, but I'll go. For I know there is business to attend to, and I've got to go whether I want to or not." Ulita thought she was asleep, and that in her sleep she saw Satan himself standing before her and discoursing. "To send for the priest, that's business. A prayer, do you know what the scriptures say about a prayer? A prayer cures the afflicted. That's what it says. So see to it. Send for the priest, pray together, and I, too, will pray in the meantime. You will pray there in the ikon room, and I will invoke God's mercy here in my study. By joint effort, you on one side, I on the other, we may after all succeed in making our prayers heard in heaven." The priest was sent for, but before he came, Yevpraksia in agony delivered herself of the child. From the hurried steps and banging doors, Porfiry Vladimirych understood that something decisive had happened. And indeed, in a few minutes, hurried steps were heard in the corridor, and Ulita rushed in, holding a tiny creature wrapped up in linen. End of Book 5, Chapter 2a. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 5, Chapter 2b of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 5, Forbidden Family Joys, Chapter 2b. "Here, look at it!" Ulita exclaimed triumphantly, bringing the child close to the face of Porfiry Vladimirych. For a moment it looked as if Yudushka were hesitating. His body swayed forward and a bright spark flashed in his eyes. But only for a moment. The next instant he turned up his nose squeamishly and waved his hand. "No, no, I am afraid. I don't like them. Go away," he began to stammer, with infinite aversion in his face. "Why don't you at least ask if it's a boy or a girl?" Ulita pleaded with him. "No, no, what for? It's none of my business. It's your affair, and I don't know anything. I don't know anything, and I don't want to know either. Go away, for Christ's sake. Be gone." Again Ulita felt as though she were in a nightmare with Satan standing in front of her. It exasperated her. "I'll take him and put him on your sofa. Go nurse him." That was a threat. But Yudushka was not the man to be moved. While Ulita was threatening, he was already facing the ikon with hands stretched upward. Evidently he was imploring God to forgive all people, those who sinned knowingly and those who sinned unknowingly, those who sinned in word and those who sinned in deed. And he thanked the Lord that he himself was not a sinner or an adulterer, and that the Lord in His grace had led him in the righteous path. Even his nose trembled with the solemnity of his feeling. Ulita observed him for some time, blew out her lips in disgust, and left. "God took one Volodka and gave another Volodka," flashed up in Yudushka's mind quite irrelevantly. But he at once became aware of this sudden play of thought and spat inwardly in annoyance. Soon the priest came and chanted and burned incense. Yudushka heard the drawl of the sexton as he was chanting, "O zealous protectress," and gladly chimed in. Soon Ulita came running to the door again and shouted, "He was christened Volodymyr." Yudushka was moved by the strange coincidence of this circumstance and his recent aberration of mind. He saw the will of God in it, and this time he did not spit, but said to himself, "Well then, thank God. He took one Volodka and gave another. That's what God can do. You lose something in one place and you think it's gone, but God, if He wishes, rewards you for it 100-fold." At last it was announced that the samovar was on the table and the priest was waiting in the dining room. Porfiry Vladimirych became quite peaceful and solemn. The Golovliovo priest, Father Alexander, was a polite man, and he endeavored to give his intercourse with Yudushka a worldly tone. In the landlord's manor there were all-night vigils every week and on the eve of every principal holiday, in addition to the ceremonial services performed every first of the month. That meant an income of over 100 rubles a year. Father Alexander was not unmindful of this, nor of the fact that the landmarks between the church lands and Yudushka's lands had not yet been settled upon. And Yudushka, on passing the church meadows, would many times exclaim, "My, what fine meadows!" So the priest's worldly behavior toward Yudushka was tempered by fear, which came out every time the priest visited the manor. He would work himself up into gay spirits, though he really had no occasion to feel happy. And when Porfiry Vladimirych gave expression to heresies concerning the ways of providence, the afterlife, and so forth, the priest, though not quite approving of the heresies, still did not consider them sacrilegious and blasphemous, but ascribed them to the temerity of spirit characteristic of the gentry. When Yudushka entered, the priest hurriedly gave him his blessing and just as hurriedly pulled his hand back as if afraid the bloodsucker would bite it. He wanted to congratulate his spiritual son on the birth of the new little Vladimir, but uncertain how Yudushka was taking the matter, he decided not to congratulate him. "It's misty outdoors," the priest began. "By popular signs, in which one may say there seems to be a great deal of superstition, such a state of the atmosphere signifies that thawing weather is near." "And maybe it will turn out to be a frost. We are foretelling thawing weather, and God will go ahead and send us a frost," retorted Yudushka with a bustling air of gaiety, and seated himself at the table, this time attended by the butler Prokhor. It is true that man in his aspirations strives to attain the unattainable and to gain access to the inaccessible, and as a consequence he incurs cause for penance or even veritable grief. That is why we ought to refrain from guessing and foretelling and be satisfied with what God sends us. If he sends us warm weather, we ought to be satisfied with warm weather. If he sends us frost, let us welcome the frost. We'll order the stoves heated more than usual, and those who travel will wrap themselves tight in fur coats, and there you are, we're all warm." Quite true. There are many nowadays who go circling round. They don't like this, and they are dissatisfied with that. And the other thing is not after their heart, but I don't approve. I don't make forecasts myself, and I don't care for it in others. It is haughtiness of spirit, that's what I call it. Well, that's true too. We are all pilgrims here, that's how I look at it. Well, as to having a glass of tea or a light bite or something, we are allowed to do that, for God gave us our body and limbs. Even the government would not forbid us that. You can eat if you want to, it says, but hold your tongue. Also perfectly true, exclaimed the priest, tapping the saucer with the bottom of his empty tea glass in exultation over the harmony between them. As I understand it, God gave man reason not to explore the unknown, but to refrain from sin. If I, for instance, feel a craving of the flesh or a temptation of some kind, I call my reason to the rescue and say, "Show me, forsooth, the ways by which I may overcome this craving." And I am quite right. For in such cases, reason can really be of great use. Still, faith is superior in a way, the priest offered in slight correction. Faith is one thing and reason is another. Faith points out the goal and reason finds the way. It goes searching in every direction till at last it finds something. Take, for instance, all these drugs and plasters and healing herbs and potions. All of them have been invented by reason. But we ought to see to it that such invention is in accordance with faith, to our salvation and not to our ruin. I cannot disagree with you in this either. There is a certain book, Father, that I read some time ago. It says that one must not disdain the offices of reason if the latter is guided by faith. For a man without reason soon becomes the plaything of passion. And I even think that the first downfall of man came about because the devil in the shape of the serpent beclouded the human reason. The Reverend Father did not object to this either, though he refrained from assent, since it was not yet clear to him what Yudushka had up his sleeve. We often see that people not only fall into sinful thought, but even commit crimes, all because of lack of reason. The flesh tempts, and if there is no reason, man falls into the abyss. Man craves something sweet. He craves gaiety and pleasure, especially when it comes through women. How will you preserve yourself without the aid of reason? And if, let's say, for instance, I do possess reason, I'll take some camphor and rub it in where necessary and put some in other parts, and before you know, the craving is over as if it had never been there. Yudushka became silent as if waiting to hear what the priest had to say in response. But the priest was still uncertain what Yudushka was driving at, and therefore he only coughed and said quite irrelevantly, "There are hens in my yard. Very restless on account of the change of season. They run and jump about and can't find a place for themselves." All because neither birds nor beasts nor reptiles possess reason. What is a bird? It has no worry, no cares, just flies about. The other day, for instance, I looked out of the window and saw some sparrows pecking at manure. Manure is enough for them, but not for man. Yet in some cases, even the scriptures take birds as examples. Oh, in some cases that's true. Where faith without reason can be a man's salvation, we must do as the birds do, pray to God, compose verses. Porfiry Vladimirych grew silent. Though talkative by nature, and though the event of the day naturally lent itself to a lengthy discussion, the most suitable form for the remarks on the subject had evidently not yet ripened in his mind. "Birds need no reason," he said at last, "because they have no temptations. Or rather, they have temptations, but they are never called to answer for their doings. Birds lead a natural life. They have no property to take care of, no legitimate marriages, hence no widowhood. They are responsible neither to God nor to the authorities. They have only one lord, the cock. The cock, that's true. The cock is a sort of sultan of Turkey to them. But man has so arranged his life that he has given up the liberties granted to him by nature, and therefore he needs much reason. First, to keep himself from falling into sin, and second, not to tempt others. Am I right, Father?" "It is gospel truth. The Scriptures advise us to pluck out the tempting eye." "That is, if you understand it literally. But there may be a way of avoiding sin, not by plucking out the eyes, but by seeing to it that the eye is not tempted. One must have more frequent recourse to prayer and curb the unruly flesh. Take me, for instance. I am in good health and vigor, I dare say. Well, I have female servants. Still, that does not disturb me in the least. I know I can't get along without servants. Well, then, I keep them. I keep male servants and female servants of every kind. A maid is needed in the household to fetch something from the cellar, to pour the tea, bring in something to eat. Well, God bless her. She does her work and I do mine. And so we get along very nicely indeed." While speaking, Yudushka tried to look into the priest's eyes, and the latter in his turn tried to look into Yudushka's. But happily there was a burning candle between them, so that they could look at each other to their heart's content and see nothing but the flame of the candle. "And then again, I take it this way. If you become intimate with your female servants, they'll begin to have their way in the house, and you'll have squabbles and disorder and quarrels and impertinence. I like to keep away from such things." The priest stared so steadily that his eyes began to swim. Good manners, he knew, demanded that in general conversation one should every now and then join in with at least a word. So he shook his head and muttered, "Tss." "And if at that," Yudushka went on, "one behaves as other folks do, as my dear neighbor Mr. Anpetov, for example, or my other neighbor Mr. Utrobin, then you can fall into sin before you know it. Utrobin has 6 offspring on his place, begot in that disgraceful way. But I don't want it. I say that if God took away my guardian angel, it means that such was his holy will, that he wanted me to be a widower. And if I am a widower by the grace of God, I must observe my widowerhood honestly and not contaminate my bed. Am I right, Father?" "It's hard, sir." "Oh, I know it's hard, but still I observe it. Some say it's hard, and I say the harder the better, provided God is with you. We can't all have it sweet and easy. Some of us must bear hardships in the name of God. If you deny yourself something here, you will obtain it there. Here it is called hardship, and there virtue. Am I right?" "As right as can be." "And talking about virtues, they are not all of the same kind. Some virtues are great, others are small. What do you think?" "Yes, quite possible. There may be small virtues and great virtues." "That's just what I say. If a man is careful in his behavior, if he does not speak vile words, if he does not speak vain words, if he does not judge others, if, in addition to all this, he does not vex anybody or take away what is not his, that man will have a clear conscience, and no mud can soil him. And if anyone secretly speaks ill of a man like that, give it no heed. Spit at his insinuations. That's the long and short of it." "In such cases, the precepts of Christianity recommend forgiveness." "Oh, yes, forgive also. That's what I always do. If someone speaks ill of me, I forgive him and even pray to God for him. He is the gainer, because a prayer on his behalf goes to heaven. And I, too, am the gainer, for after I have prayed, I forget about the whole matter." "That's correct. Nothing lightens one's heart as much as a prayer. Sorrow and anger and even ailment all run before it as does the darkness of night before the sun." "Well, thank God then. And we should always conduct ourselves so that our life is like a candle in a lantern, seen from every side. Then we shall not be misjudged, for there will be no cause. Take us, for example. We sat down here a while ago, have been chatting and talking things over. Who could find fault with us? And now let us go and pray to the Lord, and then to bed. And tomorrow we shall rise again. Isn't that so, Father?" Yudushka rose noisily, shoving his chair aside in sign that the conversation was at an end. The priest also rose and made ready to raise his arm to bless, but Porfiry Vladimirych, as an indication of special favor, caught the priest's hand and pressed it in his own. "So he was christened Vladimir, Father?" said Yudushka, shaking his head sadly in the direction of Yevpraksia's room. in honor of the saintly Prince Vladimir, sir." "Well, God be praised. She is a good and faithful servant, but as to intelligence, well, she hasn't much of it. That's why they fall into adultery." End of Book 5, Chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 5, Chapter 3 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 5, Forbidden Family Joys, Chapter 3. The whole of the next day Porfiry Vladimirych remained in his study, praying to God for guidance. On the third day he emerged for morning tea, not in his dressing gown as usual, but in full holiday attire, the way he always dressed when he intended to transact important business. His face was pale, but radiated inner serenity. A benign smile played upon his lips. His eyes looked kindly and all forgiving. The tip of his nose was slightly red with elation. He drank his 3 glasses of tea in silence, and between gulps moved his lips, folded his hands, and looked at the ikon as if, in spite of yesterday's vigil, he still expected speedy aid and intercession from it. Finally he sent for Ulita, and while waiting for her, kneeled again before the ikon, that he might once more strengthen himself by communion with God, and also that Ulita might see plainly that what was about to happen was not his doing, but the work of God. Ulita, however, as soon as she glanced at Yudushka, perceived there was treachery in the depth of his soul. "Well, now I have prayed to God," began Porfiry Vladimirych, and in token of obedience to His holy will, he lowered his head and spread his arms. "That's fine," answered Ulita, but her voice expressed such deep comprehension that Yudushka involuntarily raised his eyes. She stood before him in her usual pose, one hand upon her breast, the other supporting her chin. But her face sparkled with suppressed laughter. Yudushka shook his head in sign of Christian reproach. "I suppose God bestowed His grace upon you," continued Ulita, unperturbed by his gesture of warning. "You always blaspheme," Yudushka blustered. "How many times have I warned you with kindness, and you are the same as ever? Yours is an evil tongue, a malicious tongue." "Seems to me I haven't said anything. Generally when people have prayed to God, it means that God's grace is visited upon them." "Well, that's just it. It seems. But why do you prate about all that seems to you? Why don't you learn how to hold your tongue when necessary? I am talking business, and she, it seems to me." Instead of replying, Ulita shifted from one foot to the other, as if to indicate that she knew everything Porfiry Vladimirych had to tell her by heart. "Listen to me, you," Yudushka began. "I prayed to the Lord all day yesterday, and today too, and look at it from whatever angle you wish, we've got to provide for Volodka." "Well, of course, you've got to provide for him. He is not a puppy, I dare say. You can't throw him into a pond." "Wait a while. Let me say a word. You plague. So this is what I say. Take it any way you please, we've got to provide for Volodka. First, we must do it out of consideration for Yevpraksia, and then we've got to make a man of him." Porfiry Vladimirych glanced at Ulita in the hope that she might show her willingness to have a good long chat with him. But she took the matter plainly and even cynically. "You mean me to take him to the foundling asylum?" she asked, looking straight at him. "Oh, oh!" exclaimed Yudushka. "You are very quick to decide. Oh, Ulita, Ulita, you always do things in a hurry and without due consideration. You're always ready to say something rash. How do you know? Maybe I don't intend to send him to the foundling asylum. Maybe I thought of something else for Volodka." "Well, if you did, there's nothing bad about it." "This is what I was going to say. On the one hand, I feel for Volodka, but on the other hand, if you think the matter over and weigh it carefully, you see it's impossible to keep him here." "Of course. What will people say? They'll say, 'How did a little baby boy come to the Golovliovo manor?'" Yes, they'll say that and other things. And besides, to stay here will be of no benefit to him. His mother is young and she'll spoil him. I am old, and though I have nothing to do with the matter, still, in consideration of his mother's faithful service, I would also be easy with him. You can't help it, you know. The little fellow will have to be flogged for doing mischief. But how can you? It's this and that, and a woman's tears and screams and all. Am I right? Oh, yes, quite right. It is annoying. What I want is that all should be well in our house. I want to see Volodka become a real man in time, a servant of God and a good subject of the Czar. If God wants him to be a peasant, I should like him to know how to plow, mow, chop wood, a little of everything. And if it will be his lot to be of a more exalted station, I want him to know some trade, some profession. Children from the foundling asylum sometimes rise to be teachers. From the foundling asylum? They are made generals at once, I suppose. Well, I wouldn't say generals, but still, maybe Volodka will live to be a famous man. And as to the manner they are brought up in there, it's excellent. I know all about it myself. Clean beds, healthy wet nurses, white linen clothes, nipples, bottles, diapers, in a word, everything. Yes, it couldn't be better for illegitimates. And if he is placed in the country as a foster child, well, that will be just as good. He will get used to toil from his young days. Toil, you know, is as good as prayer. We, you see, pray in the regular way. We stand before the ikon, make the sign of the cross, and if our prayer pleases God, He rewards us for it. But the peasant, he toils. Sometimes he would be glad to pray in the proper way, but he hasn't the time for it. But God sees his labors and rewards him for his toil, just as He rewards us for our prayers. We can't all live in palaces and go to balls and dances. Some of us must live in smoky hovels and take care of Mother Earth and nurse her. And as to where happiness lies, there are two guesses to it. Some live in palaces and in luxury, and yet shed tears. Others live behind clay walls on bread and cider, yet feel as if they were in paradise. Am I right? Nothing better if you feel as if you were in paradise. So, my dear, that's what we will do. Take that little rascal Volodka, wrap him up warm and cozy, and go to Moscow at once with him. I'll order a roofed cart for you and a pair of good horses. The road is smooth, straight, fair, no puddles, no pitfalls. You'll roll along merrily. But see to it that everything is done in the best fashion, in Golovliovo fashion, just the way I like things to be done. The nipple should be clean, and the bottle, clothes and sheets and blankets and diapers. Take enough of everything. And if they won't give it all to you, come and tell me. When you get to Moscow, stop at an inn. Ask for enough to eat, and a samovar, and tea, and all that. Oh, Volodka dear, what trouble you are to me. It breaks my heart to part with you, but it can't be helped, my child. When you grow up, you'll see that it was for your own good, and you'll thank me for it." Yudushka raised his hands slightly and moved his lips in sign of inner prayer. But that did not prevent him from glancing sideways at Ulita and noticing the sarcastic quivering of her face. "Well, what did you want to say something?" "No, nothing. Of course, you know, he'll thank his benefactors if he finds them." "Oh, you wicked thing! You think we'll place him there without a proper card? Why, of course you'll take out a card from which document we'll be able to find him. They'll bring him up and teach him sense, and then we'll come with a card and say, 'Here now, let's have our fellow, our Volodka.' With the card we'll get him from the bottom of the sea. Am I right?" Ulita made no reply. The caustic quivering of her face showed more distinctly than before, and it exasperated Porfiry Vladimirych. "You are a mean thing," he said. "The devil dwells in you. Fie, fie! Well, enough. Tomorrow before the sun is up, you'll take Volodka and quickly, so that Yevpraksia does not hear you, and set out for Moscow. You know where the foundling asylum is?" "I've carried them," Ulita answered laconically, as if hinting at something in the past. "Well, if you are used to it, all the better for you. You must know all the ins and outs of the place. Be sure to place him there and bow low before the authorities like this." Yudushka rose and bowed, touching the floor with his hands. "Beg of them to make him comfortable, and be sure to get the card, don't forget. The card will help us find him anywhere. I'll allow you two 25-ruble bills for expenses. I know how it is. You'll have to give some here and put a couple of rubles there. How sinful man is. We are all human beings, nothing but human beings. We all like sweets and dainties. Why, even our Volodka, look at him. He is no bigger than my fingernail. And see the money I've already spent on him." Yudushka crossed himself and bowed low before Ulita, silently begging her to take good care of the little rascal. Thus, in the simplest way, was the future of the little illegitimate arranged for. The next morning, while the young mother was tossing about in delirium, Porfiry Vladimirych was standing at the window in the dining room, moving his lips and making the sign of the cross on the window pane. A cart, roofed over with mats, was leaving the front yard. It was carrying Volodka away. It climbed up the hill, drove by the church, turned to the left and vanished in the village. Yudushka made another sign of the cross and sighed. "The other day the priest was speaking about thawing weather," he said to himself, "but God sent us a frost instead, and a fine frost at that. So it always is with us. We dream, we build castles in the air, we philosophize proudly and think we'll excel God Himself in His wisdom, but God in a trice turns our haughtiness of spirit into nothingness." End of Book 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 6, Chapter 1, of A Family of Noblemen, by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 6, The Deserted Manor House, Chapter 1. Yudushka's agony commenced when the resources of loquaciousness in which he had so freely indulged began to give out. A void had formed around him. Some had died, others had deserted him. Even Anninka preferred the miserable future of a nomadic actress to the fleshpots of Golovliovo. Yevpraksia alone remained. But Yevpraksia's conversational gifts were limited, and more than that, Yevpraksia was now a changed person. It was the difference that had occurred in her which convinced Yudushka that his halcyon days were gone forever. Till then, Yevpraksia had been so helpless that Porfiry Vladimirych could tyrannize over her without the slightest risk, and her mental development was so backward and her character so flabby that she had not even felt the oppression. During Yudushka's harangues, she would look into his eyes apathetically and think of something else. But now suddenly she grasped something important, and the first consequence of awakened understanding was repugnance, sudden and half conscious, but vicious and insuperable. Anninka's stay had evidently not been without results for Yevpraksia. The casual conversations with the young actress had quite upset her. Previously she would never have dreamed of wondering why Porfiry Vladimirych, as soon as he met a man, instantly started to weave around him an oppressive net of words, sinister in their emptiness. Now she perceived it was not talking that Yudushka did, but tyrannizing, and it would be well worth the while to pull him up short and make him feel the time had come for him, too, to go easy. So from now on she listened to his endless flow of words and soon realized that the one purpose of Yudushka's talk was to worry, annoy, nag. The mistress herself said she didn't know why he talked so much, Yevpraksia reasoned. No, it's his meanness working in him. He knows who is unprotected and at his mercy, and so he turns and twists them any way he wants to. But that was only secondary. The main effect of Anninka's visit was that it stirred up the instincts of youth in Yevpraksia, which had hitherto smoldered in her undeveloped mind and now suddenly flared up in a blaze. Many things became clear to her. For instance, why Anninka had refused to remain at Golovliovo, and why she had said flatly, "It's horrible here." She had acted that way because she was young and wanted to enjoy life. Yevpraksia too was young. Indeed she was. It only seemed that her youth was crushed under a load of fat. In reality it manifested itself quite boldly. It called and lured her. Its flame now died down, now flared up. She had thought Yudushka would do for her, but now she perceived her mistake. "The old rotten stump, how he got round me," ran through her mind. "Wouldn't it be fine now to live with a real lover, young and handsome? He would hug me and kiss me and whisper caressing words in my ear. The old scarecrow, how did he ever tempt me? The Pogorelka lady must have a lover, I'm sure. That's why she gathered up her skirts and sailed away so rapidly. And I must sit here in a jail chained to that old man." Of course, some time passed before Yevpraksia mutinied openly. But once on the road of revolt, she did not halt. A storm was brewing within her, and her hatred grew each minute. Yudushka, for his part, remained in ignorance of her state of mind. Yevpraksia began with general complaints such as, "He has spoiled my life." Then came comparisons. In Mazulina, she reflected, Pelageyushka lives with her master as a housekeeper. She never does a stroke of work and wears silk dresses. She sits in a cozy little room doing bead embroidery. "How I hate you now, you old fright! How I hate you! I hate you!" she wound up with a cry. In addition to this, the main cause of irritation, there was another one that was valuable because it could serve as a good occasion for the declaration of war against Yudushka. It was her confinement and the disappearance of her son Volodya. At the time of the child's removal, Yevpraksia had been rather indifferent. Porfiry Vladimirych had curtly announced that the baby had been entrusted to reliable people, and he presented her with a new shawl by way of solace. Then life resumed its course, and Yevpraksia plunged into the mire of household affairs with greater industry than before, as if to atone for her unsuccessful motherhood. But whether the mother feeling continued to smolder in her, or whether it was merely a whim, at any rate, the memory of Volodka came back to her, and at the precise moment when Yevpraksia felt the breath of freedom, and it began to dawn upon her that there existed another life different from that at Golovliovo, the occasion was too good not to be taken advantage of. "To think of what the scoundrel has done," she reflected, trying consciously to work herself into a rage. "He has robbed me of my own child, just as one drowns a pup in the pond." Little by little the thought filled her mind completely. She came to believe that she had always longed for her child passionately. Her hatred of Porfiry Vladimirych fed on this new and rapidly growing obsession. "At least I should have had something to amuse me now. Volodya, Volodyushka, my dear little son, where are you now? He must have shipped you to some wretched peasant woman. God curse them, the damned gentry. They bring children in the world and then throw them like pups into a ditch, and no one takes them to account. It would have been better for me to cut my throat than to allow that shameless old brute to outrage me." Her hatred was now ripe. She felt a desire to vex and pester him and spoil life for him. War began, the most unbearable of wars, squabbles and provocations and petty pricking. It was the only form of warfare that could have subdued Porfiry Vladimirych. End of Book 6, Chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 6, Chapter 2a of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 6, The Deserted Manor House, Chapter 2a. One morning when Porfiry Vladimirych was sitting at tea, he was unpleasantly surprised. He was discharging masses of verbal pus, while Yevpraksia, with a saucer of tea in her hand and a piece of sugar between her teeth, was listening in silence, snorting from time to time. Warm, fresh baked bread had been served, and he had just begun to develop a theory of his own to the effect that there are two kinds of bread: visible bread which we eat and thereby sustain our bodies, and the invisible, spiritual bread of which we partake for the good of our soul. Suddenly Yevpraksia broke in upon his discourse most unceremoniously. "People say Palageyushka lives so well at Mazulino," she began, turning her entire body round to the window and swinging her crossed feet with impudent nonchalance. Yudushka was somewhat startled by the unexpected remark, but attributed no peculiar importance to it. "In case we don't eat visible bread for a long time," he went on, "we feel bodily hunger. And if we don't partake of the spiritual bread for some length of time I say, Palageyushka certainly lives well at Mazulino," Yevpraksia interrupted again. Porfiry Vladimirych, somewhat startled, looked at her in amazement, but refrained from scolding, evidently smelling a rat. "If Palageyushka has a fine life, let her," he replied meekly. "Her master," Yevpraksia kept on provokingly, "makes it nice and easy for her. He does not compel her to work and dresses her in silk." Yudushka's amazement grew. Yevpraksia's words were so preposterous that he was taken completely by surprise. "A different dress every day, one today, one tomorrow, and another for holidays. She drives to church in a 4-horse carriage. She goes first and the master follows. When the priest sees her carriage, he has the bells rung. Then she sits in her own room. If her master wishes to spend some time with her, she receives him in her room. And her maid entertains her, or she does bead embroidery." "Well, what of it?" asked Porfiry Vladimirych, at last coming to his senses. "I was just telling what a pleasant life Palageyushka leads." "And you? Is your life worse? My, aren't you insatiable?" Had Yevpraksia left his remark unanswered, Porfiry Vladimirych would have belched forth a torrent of empty words to drown her foolish hints. He would have resumed his twaddle. But apparently Yevpraksia had no intention of holding her tongue. "I can't say that," she snapped back. "My life is not a sad one. Thank goodness I don't wear tick. Last year you bought me 2 calico dresses and paid 5 rubles for each. How generous!" "Oh, and how about the woolen dress? And for whom was a shawl bought lately? My!" Instead of answering, Yevpraksia placed her elbows on the table and flashed on Yudushka a side glance, brimming over with such deep contempt that, unaccustomed to such looks, he was overcome with something like dread. "Do you know how the Lord punishes ingratitude?" he mumbled feebly, hoping the reference to God would bring the woman to her senses. But his remark did not placate the mutineer. She cut him short at once. "Don't talk me blind," she exclaimed, "and don't drag in God. I'm not a baby. Enough. I've had enough of your tyranny." Porfiry Vladimirych grew silent. His glass of tea stood untouched. His face grew pale, his lips trembled, as if trying vainly to curl up into a grin. "These are Anninka's tricks," he said finally, though without a clear perception of what he was saying. "It's she, the snake, who has incited you." "What tricks do you mean?" "I mean the way you are talking to me. She taught you. No one else," he foamed in a rage. "Give her silk dresses. The impudence! Do you know, you shameless creature, who in your position wears silk dresses?" "Tell me and I will know." "The most dissolute ones. They are the only ones who wear silk dresses." But Yevpraksia was not impressed. On the contrary, she answered him back with saucy arguments. "I don't know why you call them dissolute. Everybody knows it's the masters that insist upon it. If a master seduces one of us, well, she lives with him. You and I are not so saintly either. We are doing the same as the Mazulina master and his queen." "Oh, you! Fie for shame!" Yudushka stared at his rebellious companion in utter consternation. A flow of empty words came tripping to his tongue, but for the first time in his life he felt a vague suspicion that there are occasions when even talk is useless. "Well, my friend, I see there's no use talking to you today," he said, rising from the table. "Neither today nor tomorrow, never. No more of your tyranny. I've listened to you enough. Now it's time for you to listen to me." Porfiry Vladimirych made a movement as if to throw himself at her with clenched fists, but she protruded her chest with such determination that he lost heart. He turned his face to the ikon, lifted up his hands prayerfully, mumbled a prayer, and trudged slowly away into his room. The whole day he felt uneasy. He had no definite fears for the future, but the feeling that something had broken in upon his well-ordered life and had passed unpunished greatly upset him. He did not go to dinner, pleading ill health, and in a meek, feeble voice asked that his food be brought into his room. In the evening after tea, which passed in silence for the first time in his life, he rose, as was his habit, to say his prayers. In vain did his lips seek to whisper the customary words. His agitated mind refused to follow the prayer. A persistent, enervating anxiety pervaded his being, and he involuntarily strained his ear to catch the dying echoes of the day, which were lingering in the various corners of the vast manor house. Finally, when even the yawning of the people could be heard no more, and the house was plunged in the profoundest quiet, he could not hold out any longer. Stealing noiselessly along the corridor, he went to Yevpraksia's room and put his ear to the door to listen. She was alone, and Yudushka heard her yawning and saying, "Lord, Savior, Holy Virgin," as she scratched her back. Porfiry Vladimirych tried the knob, but the door was locked. "Yevpraksia, darling, are you there?" he called. "Yes, but not for you," she snapped, so rudely that he immediately retreated to his room. The next morning there was another conversation. Yevpraksia intentionally selected morning tea for launching her attacks on Porfiry Vladimirych. She felt instinctively that a spoiled morning would fill the entire day with anxiety and pain. "I'd like to see how some people live," she began in a rather enigmatic manner. Yudushka changed countenance. "It's beginning," flashed through his mind, but he held his tongue and waited for what would come next. "It's fine to live with a handsome young friend, upon my word. You walk about in the rooms and look at each other. Not a cross word exchanged. 'My darling' and 'my heart.' That's your whole conversation. Lovely and noble." The subject was peculiarly hateful to Porfiry Vladimirych. Although of necessity he tolerated adultery within strict limits, he nevertheless considered love-making a diabolical temptation. This time, however, he restrained himself, all the more so because he wanted his tea. The teapot had been boiling on the samovar for quite some time, but Yevpraksia seemed to have forgotten about filling the glasses. "Of course, many of us women are foolish," she went on, impudently swinging in her chair and drumming on the table with her fingers. "Some are so silly that they are ready to do anything for a calico dress. Others give themselves away for nothing at all. Cider, you said, drink as much as you please. A fine thing to seduce a woman with. Is it from interest alone that?" Yudushka risked a timid remark, watching the teapot from which steam had begun to escape. "Who says from interest alone? Is it I who am a selfish woman?" cried Yevpraksia heatedly, suddenly shifting the conversation. "Do you mean to reproach me for the bread I eat?" "I don't reproach you. I only said that not from interest alone do people I said, talk, but talk sensibly. The idea! I serve from interest! Kindly permit me to ask you what particular advantage I have derived except cider and gherkins?" "Well, cider and gherkins are not the only things," ventured Yudushka, unable to restrain himself. "What else have I gotten? Let me hear, let me hear." "Who sends 4 sacks of flour to your parents every month?" "4 sacks. What else?" "Groats, hemp seed oil, and other things." "So you are begrudging my poor parents the wretched groats and oil you send them? Oh, you!" "I am not begrudging them. It's you. Now you are accusing me. I can't eat a crust of bread without being reproached for it, and it's I who am blamed for everything." Yevpraksia could hold out no longer and burst into tears. Meanwhile the tea kept on boiling, so that Porfiry Vladimirych became seriously alarmed. So he suppressed his growing temper, seated himself beside Yevpraksia, and patted her on her back. "Well, well, all right. Pour the tea. What is all this crying for?" Yevpraksia emitted a few more sobs, pouted, and looked into space with her dull eyes. "You have just been speaking of young fellows," he went on, trying to lend his voice as caressing a ring as possible. "Well, after all, I'm not so old, am I?" The idea! Leave me alone." "Come, come. Do you know, when I served in St. Petersburg, our director wanted to give me his daughter in marriage." "Must have been an old maid or a cripple." "No, she was quite a presentable young lady. And how she sang, how she sang!" "Maybe she sang well, but you accompanied her badly," she retorted. "No, Porfiry Vladimirych was completely put out. He was ready to act against his conscience and show that he, too, was skilled in the art of love making. So he began to rock his body rather clumsily and went so far as to make an attempt to embrace Yevpraksia round her waist. But she drew back firmly from his outstretched arms and cried out angrily: 'Do me a favor and leave me, you goblin. Else I'll scald you with this boiling water. And I don't want your tea, I don't want anything. The idea! To reproach me for the piece of bread I eat. I'll go away from here, by Jesus I will!' She banged the door and ran out, leaving Porfiry Vladimirych alone in the dining room. Yudushka was completely puzzled. He began to pour the tea himself, but his hands trembled so violently that he had to call a servant to his assistance. "No, this is impossible. I must think up something, arrange matters," he whispered, pacing up and down the dining room in excitement. But he turned out to be quite unable to think up something or to arrange matters. His mind was so accustomed to leaping unrestrainedly from one fantastic subject to another that the simplest problem of workaday reality threw him off his balance. No sooner did he make an effort to concentrate than a swarm of futile trifles attacked him from all sides and shut actuality out from his consideration. A strange stupor, a kind of mental and moral anemia possessed his being. He was constantly lured away from the hard realities of life to the pleasant softness of phantoms, which he could shift and rearrange at will and without any hindrance whatever. He spent the entire day in solitude, for Yevpraksia did not make her appearance at dinner or at evening tea. She stayed at the priest's the entire time and returned late in the evening. Yudushka's distress was extreme. He could not apply himself to any task, he even lost his wonted interest in trifles. One irrepressible thought tormented him: "I must somehow arrange matters. I must." He could not engage in idle calculations nor even say prayers. He felt that a strange ailment was about to attack him. Many a time he halted before the window in the hope of concentrating his wavering mind on something or distracting his attention, but all in vain. End of Book 6, Chapter 2a. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 6, Chapter 2b of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 6, The Deserted Manor House, Chapter 2b. It was early spring. The trees stood naked and the new grass had not yet appeared. Black fields, spotted here and there with white cakes of snow, stretched far away. The road was black and boggy and glittered with puddles. Yudushka saw it all as through a mist. There was no one round the rain-soaked servants' buildings, though all the doors were ajar. Nor could he reach anyone in the manor house, although he constantly heard sounds of doors banging in the distance. "How fine it would be," he mused, "to turn invisible and overhear what the knaves are saying about me. Do the rascals appreciate my favors, or do they return abuse for my kindness? You stuff their bellies from morning till night, and still they squeal for more. Only the other day we opened a barrel of pickled cucumbers and..." But no sooner did his thoughts embark upon the exploration of some fantastic subject, no sooner did he begin to calculate how many pickles the barrel held and how many pickles one man could consume, than the piercing thought of Yevpraksia brought him back to harsh reality and upset all his calculations. "She went away without so much as saying a word to me," he reflected, while his eyes scanned the distance, endeavoring to sight the priest's house, at which Yevpraksia was in all probability chatting away at that moment. Dinner was served. Yudushka sat at table alone, slowly sipping thin soup. She knew he hated thin soup and had had it cooked watery on purpose. "I imagine the father must be distressed by Yevpraksia's unbidden visit," he reflected. "She's a hearty eater, and an extra dish, perhaps a roast, will have to be served for the guest." His imagination began to run away with him once more, and his mind began to ponder over questions like these: how many spoonfuls of cabbage soup will Yevpraksia swallow? How many spoonfuls of gruel? What would the father say to his wife about Yevpraksia's visit? How do they abuse her when alone? All this, the food and the conversation, hovered before his eyes with corporeal vividness. "I fancy they all guzzle the soup from the same dish. The idea! A fine place she found to hunt for knickknacks. Outside it's wet and slushy, just the kind of weather that breeds disease. Soon she will return, her skirt all dripping with mud, the disgusting creature. Yes, I must do something." All his musings inevitably ended with this phrase. After dinner he lay down for his nap as usual, but tossed from side to side, unable to fall asleep. Yevpraksia came back after dark and stole into her nook so quietly that he did not observe her entrance. He had ordered the servants to let him know when she returned, but none of them said a word, as if they had agreed among themselves. He made another attempt to penetrate into her room, but again found the door locked. Next morning Yevpraksia made her appearance at tea, but now her words were even more alarming and threatening. "Dear me, where is my little Volodya?" she began, speaking in a studiously tearful tone. Porfiry Vladimirych shuddered. "If I could have the tiniest glimpse of him, if I could see how the darling suffers away from his mother. But maybe he is dead already." Yudushka's lips whispered a prayer. "It isn't the same as at other people's here. When Palageyushka gave birth to a daughter, they dressed the baby in batiste and silks and made a pink little bed for her. The nurse received more sarafans and frontlets than I ever had. And here, oh, you!" Yevpraksia abruptly turned her head toward the window and sighed noisily. "It is true what they say, that all the gentry are an abomination," she went on. "They make children and then throw them in the swamp like puppies. What does it matter to them? They owe no account to anybody. Is there no God in heaven? Even a wolf would not act like that." Porfiry Vladimirych felt like a man sitting on pins and needles. He restrained himself for a long time, but finally could stand it no longer and said through clenched teeth: "This is the third day that I've been listening to your talk." "Oh, why should you do all the talking? Other people have a right to say a word too. Yes, sir. You've had a child. What have you done with it? I bet you let him rot in the hands of a wretched peasant woman in a dirty hut. I suppose the baby is lying somewhere in filth, sucking at a bottle turned sour, with no one to take care of it, and feed and clothe it." She shed tears and dried her eyes with the end of her neckerchief. "The Pogorelka lady was right. She said it's horrible here with you. It is horrible. No pleasures, no joy, nothing but mean, underhand ways. Prisoners in jail are better off. At least if I had a baby now, there would be something to amuse me. But you have taken it away from me." Porfiry Vladimirych sat shaking his head in torture. From time to time he groaned. "Oh, how painful!" he finally said. "Painful? Well, you have made the bed, lie on it. Upon my word, I shall go to Moscow and have a look at my dear little Volodya. Volodya, Volodya, darling. Master, shall I take a trip to Moscow?" "It's no use," answered Porfiry Vladimirych in a hollow voice. "Then I'll go without asking your permission, and no one can stop me, because I am a mother." "What sort of mother are you? You are a strumpet, that's what you are," Yudushka finally burst out. "Tell me plainly what you want of me." Yevpraksia apparently was not prepared for this question. She stared at Yudushka and kept silence, as if wondering what she really wanted of him. "So you call me a strumpet already?" she exclaimed, bursting into tears. "Yes, a strumpet, a strumpet, a strumpet. Fie, fie, fie!" Utterly enraged, Porfiry Vladimirych leapt to his feet and ran out of the room. That was the last flicker of energy. Then he began rapidly to collapse while Yevpraksia kept up her campaign. She had enormous power at her disposal, the stubbornness of stupidity, sometimes truly appalling because always trained upon the same point with the sole object of annoying, teasing, plaguing. Little by little the confines of the dining room became too narrow for her. She invaded the study and attacked Yudushka within the precincts of that sanctuary, into which she would not even have thought of entering formerly when her master was busy. She would come in, seat herself at the window, stare into space, scratch her shoulder blades on the post of the window, and begin to storm at him. She was especially fond of harping on the threat of leaving Golovliovo. As a matter of fact, she had never seriously thought of carrying out her threat, and she would have been astonished had anyone suggested to her that she return to her parental roof. But she suspected that Porfiry Vladimirych feared her desertion more than anything else, and she spared neither time nor energy in taking advantage of this. She approached the subject cautiously and in a roundabout way. She would sit a while, scratch her ear, and then remark, as if in a reminiscent frame of mind, "Today, I suppose, they are baking pancakes at father's." At this prefatory remark Yudushka would grow green with rage. He was just getting ready to plunge into a complicated computation of how much he would get for his milk if all the cows of the neighborhood perished and none but his own, with God's help, remained unharmed and doubled their yield of milk. "Why are they baking pancakes there?" he asked, trying to force a smile. "Goodness, today is Memorial Day. Isn't it stupid of me to have forgotten about it? And there's nothing in the house with which to honor the memory of my late mother. What a sin!" "I should like to eat father's pancakes." "Why not? Give orders to have them baked. Get hold of cook Marya or Ulita. Ulita cooks delicious pancakes." "Maybe she has pleased you in some other way, too," remarked Yevpraksia acidly. "No, but oh, she's a witch at cooking pancakes, Ulita is. She cooks them light, soft, a sheer delight." Porfiry Vladimirych was evidently trying to mollify Yevpraksia, but to no avail. "What I want is not yours, but father's pancakes," she answered, playing the spoiled darling. "Well, that's not difficult. Get hold of the coachman, have him put a pair of horses to the carriage and drive over to father's." "No, sir, that won't do. If I've fallen in the trap, that's my own fault. Who has any use for one like me? You yourself called me a strumpet the other day. It's no use." My! Isn't it a sin in you to accuse me falsely? Do you know how God punishes false accusations? You did call me strumpet. You did. You did it in the presence of this ikon. How I hate your Golovliovo. I shall run away from here. I shall, by God. In the course of this spirited dialogue, Yevpraksia behaved in a rather unconstrained manner. She swung about on the chair, picked her nose, and scratched her back. She was obviously playing comedy. "Porfiry Vladimirych, I should like to tell you something," she went on mischievously. "I want to go home." "Do you wish to pay a visit to your parents?" "No, I mean to stay there altogether." "What's the matter? Has anybody offended you?" "No, but I'm not going to stay here forever. Besides, it's too dull here. It's frightful. The house is like a deserted place. The servants poke themselves away in the kitchens in their own quarters, and I sit in the house all alone. Some of these days I shall be murdered. At night, when I go to bed, strange whispers come from every corner." Days went by, but Yevpraksia never thought of carrying out her threat, which did not lessen its effect on Porfiry Vladimirych. It dawned upon him that in spite of his labors, so called, he was utterly helpless, that if there were not someone to take care of his household affairs, he would have no dinner, no clean linen, no decent clothing. Hitherto he had not been aware of the fact that his surroundings had been artificially created. His day had passed in a manner established once and for all. Everything in the house centered around his person and existed for him. Everything was done in its proper time, everything was in its proper place. In short, there reigned such mechanical precision everywhere that he gave no thought to it. Owing to this clockwork orderliness, he could indulge in idle talk and thought without running against the sharp corners of reality. Of course, this artificial paradise held together only by a hair, but Yudushka, always centered in himself, did not know it. His life seemed to him to be built on a rock bottom foundation, unchangeable, eternal, and suddenly the edifice was about to collapse because of Yevpraksia's foolish whim. Yudushka was completely taken aback. What if she really leaves, he reflected, panic-stricken. And he began to frame all sorts of preposterous plans to keep her from going. He even decided on concessions to Yevpraksia's rebellious youth, which would never before have entered his mind. Ugh, 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 he thought, and spat out in disgust when the possibility of having anything to do with the coachman Arkhip or the clerk Ignat presented itself to him in all its offensive nakedness. Soon, however, he became convinced that his fears were groundless. Thereupon his existence entered a new and quite unexpected phase. Yevpraksia did not leave him, she even abated her attacks, but to compensate, deserted him altogether. May set in, the weather was fair, and Yevpraksia scarcely ever put in appearance. She ran in for a moment and the next moment had disappeared. In the morning Yudushka did not find his clothing in its usual place, and he had to engage in lengthy negotiations with the servants before he got clean linen. His tea and meals were served either too early or too late, and he was waited upon by the tipsy lackey Prokhor, who came in a stained coat, emanating a peculiarly disgusting odor of fish and vodka. Nevertheless, Porfiry Vladimirych was glad that Yevpraksia left him in peace. He even reconciled himself to the disorder as long as he knew that there was someone to bear the responsibility for it. What frightened him was not so much the disorder as the thought that it might be necessary for him to interfere personally in the details of everyday life. He pictured with horror the minute he would have to administer, give orders, and supervise. In anticipation of that awful moment, he endeavored to stifle the voice of protest that at times rose in him, tried to shut his eyes to the confusion reigning in the house, and keep in the background and hold his tongue. In the meantime, open debauchery made its nest in the manor house. With the coming of fair weather, a new life pervaded the estate, hitherto quiet and gloomy. In the evening, all the servants, both young and old, went out in the village streets. The young people sang, played the accordion, laughed merrily, screamed and played tag. The clerk Ignat appeared in a flaming red shirt and an astonishingly narrow jacket that never closed over his chest, thrown out like a pouter pigeon's, while the coachman Arkhip took possession of the silk shirt and plush sleeveless jacket worn on holidays, obviously vying with Ignat in the conquest of Yevpraksia's heart. The maiden herself ran from one to the other, bestowing her favors now on the clerk, now on the coachman. Porfiry Vladimirych dared not look out of the window for fear of witnessing a love scene, but he could not help hearing what was going on outside. At times he caught the resounding blow that Arkhip bestowed playfully upon Yevpraksia's back while playing tag. At other times he would catch fragments of conversation such as this: "Yevpraksia Nikitishna, Yevpraksia Nikitishna, madam," the drunken Prokhor would call from the steps of the mansion. "What do you want?" "The key of the tea chest, please. The master is asking for tea." "Oh, let him wait, the scarecrow." End of Book 6, Chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 6, Chapter 3 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 6, The Deserted Manor House, Chapter 3. In a short time, Porfiry had completely lost all habits of sociability. He no longer paid any attention to the confusion that had come into his existence. He demanded nothing better of life than to be left alone in his last refuge, his study. He had lost all his former ways of cavilling with and pestering those about him, and he was timorous and glumly meek. All ties between him and reality were cut. To hear nothing, to see nothing, that was his heart's desire. The behavior of Yevpraksia and the servants no longer concerned him. Formerly, had the clerk allowed himself the least inaccuracy in presenting his reports on the various branches of the household management, he would have talked him to death. Now, at times the reports were weeks late, and he was unresentful except when he needed some data for his fantastic computations. But when alone in his study, he felt himself absolute master, free to give himself over nonchalantly to inane musings. Both of his brothers had died from drink. He, too, fell into the clutches of drunkenness. But his intoxication was mental. Shut up in his study, he racked his brains from early morning till far into the night over fantastic problems. He elaborated various fabulous schemes, made speeches before imaginary audiences, and wove whole scenes about the first person that crossed his mind. In this wild maze of fantastic acts and images, a morbid passion for gain played the most important part. Porfiry Vladimirych had always had a strong leaning toward the petty annoyance of people and litigation, but because of his lack of practicality, he had derived no direct profit from it. Sometimes he was even the first to suffer. This proclivity of his was now transferred to a world of abstractions and phantoms, where there was no scope for resistance on the part of the oppressed and no need for self-justification. The dividing line between the weak and the powerful vanished. In that world there were no police or justices of the peace, or rather there were, but they existed solely for the purpose of protecting his own interests. On this fantastic plane he could freely enmesh the whole universe in his net of intriguing, cavilling, and petty oppression. He loved to torment people, ruin them, make them unhappy, suck their blood, at least in his imagination. He would look over the various branches of his establishment and on each build up a fantastic structure of all manner of oppression and plunder, a veritable paradise, but the foulest ever conceived by a landed proprietor. And everything depended here on overpayments and underpayments assumed arbitrarily. Each overpaid or underpaid kopeck served as a pretext for remodeling the entire edifice, which thus passed through endless changes. When his tired thoughts were no longer capable of following out all the details of the intricate computations on which his imaginary operations were based, he applied his imagination to a more plastic material. He recalled every conflict and altercation he had had not only in recent times, but far back in his youth, and he so manipulated his reminiscences as always to come out the victor. He took revenge on those of his former colleagues who had gone over his head in service and had so deeply wounded his self-love that he renounced his official career. He revenged himself on his schoolmates who had taken advantage of their physical strength to tease or persecute him, on the neighbors that had opposed his claims and stood up for their rights, on the servants who had offended him or simply had not treated him with sufficient respect, on dearest Mama Arina Petrovna for having wasted too much of the money that by law belonged to him on the repairs of Pogorelka, on his brother Simple Simon for having nicknamed him Yudushka, on Aunt Varvara Mikhailovna for having unexpectedly given birth to children, with the result that the property of Gavryushkino was forever lost to the family. He revenged himself on the living and he revenged himself on the dead. Gradually he worked himself into a state of actual intoxication. The ground vanished from under his feet, wings grew on his shoulders, his eyes shone, his lips trembled and foamed, his face grew ghastly pale and took on a threatening air. The atmosphere around him swarmed with ghosts, and he fought them in imaginary battles. His existence became so ample and independent that there was nothing left for him to desire. The whole universe was at his feet, that is, the universe of which his wretched mind could conceive. It was something in the nature of ecstatic clairvoyance, not unlike the phenomena that take place at the séances of mediums. His untrammeled imagination created an illusory reality, rendered concrete and almost tangible by his constant mental frenzy. It was not faith or conviction, but unrestrained mental debauchery, a sort of trance in which his tongue involuntarily uttered words and his body made automatic gestures. Porfiry Vladimirych was happy. He locked up the windows and doors that he might not hear, he drew down the curtains that he might not see. He went through the customary functions and duties which had no connection with the world of his imagination in haste, almost with disgust. When the ever drunken Prokhor rapped at his door and announced that dinner was served, he ran into the dining room impatiently, hurriedly swallowed his 3 courses, and disappeared again into his study. Something new showed in his manners, a mixture of timidity and derision, as if he both feared and defied the few people whom he met. He rose very early and immediately set to work. He cut down the time devoted to worship, said his prayers indifferently without thinking of their meaning, crossed himself and went through the other gestures of worship mechanically and carelessly. Apparently even the notion of a hell with its complicated system of punishments was no longer present in his mind. Meanwhile, Yevpraksia reveled in the satisfaction of carnal desires, dancing between the clerk Ignat and the coachman Arkhip, and also casting glances at the red-faced carpenter Ilyusha, who was mending the cellars at the head of a gang of workmen. She did not notice what was going on in the manor house. She thought the master was playing a new comedy, and many a light remark about the master was passed in the jolly gatherings of the servants. But one day she happened to enter the dining room when Yudushka was hurriedly dispatching the remnants of roast goose, and suddenly a kind of dread fell upon her. Porfiry Vladimirych wore a greasy dressing gown, through the holes of which the cotton interlining peeped out. He was pale, unkempt, and his face bristled with a many days' growth. "Dear master, what is it? What is the matter?" She turned to him in fright. Porfiry Vladimirych only smiled half sheepishly, half derisively, and the meaning of his smile was, "I'd like to see how you could get at me now." "Darling master, what is the matter? Tell me, what has happened to you?" repeated Yevpraksia. He rose, fixed on her a gaze brimming over with hatred, and said, pausing after each word, "If you hussy, ever dare enter my study, I will kill you." End of Book 6, Chapter 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 6, Chapter 4. Of a Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 6. The Deserted Manor House. Chapter 4. As a result of this scene, Yudushka's life outwardly changed for the better. Distracted by no material hindrances, he gave himself completely over to his solitude, so that he did not even notice how the summer passed away. It was late in August, the days grew shorter, it drizzled ceaselessly, and the soil became boggy. The trees looked mournful with their yellow leaves bestrewing the ground. Absolute silence reigned in the courtyard and about the servants' quarters. The domestics sat quietly under cover, partly because of the weather, partly because they finally perceived that something was the matter with the master. Yevpraksia came completely to her senses, forgot the silk dresses and her lovers, and sat in the maid's room for hours on end, brooding and wondering what she could do. The drunken Prokhor teased her that she had designs on the master's life, that she had poisoned him, and she could not escape the road to Siberia. Meanwhile, Yudushka sat in his study deep in reveries. The ceaseless patter of the rain on the window panes lulled him half to sleep, the most favorable state for the play of his fancy. He imagined he was invisible and was inspecting his possessions, accompanied by old Ilya, who had served as bailiff under Yudushka's father, and whose bones had long since been rotting in the village courtyard. "Ilya is a clever fellow," argued Porfiry Vladimirych with himself, glad that Ilya had arisen from the dead. "An old servant. Nowadays his kind is getting rare. Nowadays they know how to chat and fidget, but when it comes to business, they're good for nothing." After saying an appropriate prayer, Yudushka and Ilya picked their way leisurely across meadows and ravines, dales and hills, and soon reached the Ukhovshchina waste. For a while they stand dazed, unable to believe their own eyes. Straight before them looms up a magnificent pine forest, their tops tossing in the wind. Some of the trees are so big in circumference that 2 or even 3 men could not embrace them. Their trunks are straight, naked, crowned with mighty spreading tops, all signs of vigor and longevity. "What a forest, brother!" exclaims Yudushka, enraptured. "This wood has been protected from felling," explains Ilya. "Under your late grandfather, Mikhail Vasilyevich, a procession with holy ikons went around it. And look how tall the trees have grown." "How large do you think the forest is?" "At that time it held just 70 desyatins, and the desyatin was then, as you know, 1.5 times the present size." "And how many trees, do you think, are there on 1 desyatin?" "I can't tell. Only God has counted them." "I reckon there are no less than 600 or 700 trees to a desyatin. I mean the desyatin now used. Wait, if we take the number to be 600, or let us say 650 trees, how many trees are there on 105 desyatins?" Porfiry Vladimirych takes a sheet of paper and multiplies 105 by 65 and gets 6,825 trees. "Now see here, if I were to sell all this timber, do you think I can get 10 rubles a tree?" Old Ilya shakes his head. "10 is little," he says. "Look at these trees. Each trunk will give 2 mill beams and some planks and boards and firewood. What do you think is the price of a mill wheel beam?" Porfiry Vladimirych makes believe he does not know, although he figured out everything to a kopeck long ago. "Here," continues the peasant, "a beam is worth 10 rubles, but if we take it to Moscow, it will be worth its weight in gold. It is a tremendous beam. You will hardly haul it on a 3-horse team. And think of the second beam that can be made out of the stem, and the boards and laths and firewood and branches. 20 rubles, I should think, is the lowest price for a tree." Porfiry Vladimirych listens and takes in his words greedily. "A clever, faithful servant, this Ilya. And how well he has picked out his help. Old Vavilo, Ilya's assistant, he too has been resting in the churchyard for a good many years, is quite worthy of his superior. The foresters, too, are all tried, stalwart men, and the hounds at the corn lofts are fierce. Both the men and the dogs are ready to grapple with the devil himself for the master's good. Let's figure out, brother, if we sell the whole forest, what will it come to?" Porfiry Vladimirych again makes a mental calculation of the value of a large beam, a smaller beam, a plank, a lath, the firewood, and the branches. He adds up, multiplies, now omitting fractions, now adding them. Columns of numbers fill the sheet. "Here is the total, brother," says Yudushka, showing Ilya's phantom an altogether fabulous sum. The old servant is dazed. "Is it not a little too large?" he says, pensively shrugging his shoulders. But Porfiry Vladimirych has already cast off all doubts and giggles gleefully. "You are a queer fellow, brother," he exclaims. "It isn't I who say it, it's the number that says it. There is a science called arithmetic. It never tells a lie, brother. Well, this will do for Ukhovshchina. Now let's have a look at Lisy Yamy, brother. It's a long time since I have been there. I have a strong suspicion the peasants have become thievish. There's Garanka, the guard. I know. Garanka is a good, faithful guard. That's true enough. Still, it seems to me he is not what he used to be, either." They plow noiselessly and unseen through a birch thicket and stop suddenly, holding their breath. A peasant's cart lies sprawling across the road on its side, and the peasant is standing by, looking at the broken axle in perplexity. He has been standing there for some time, cursing the axle and himself, and whipping the horse now and then. Finally he sees he cannot loaf there all day long. He looks around and pricks up his ears to make sure no one is coming along the road. Then he selects a suitable birch tree and takes out an axe. Meanwhile, Yudushka stands motionless and watches. The young birch shudders, sways, and suddenly sinks to the ground like a sheaf of corn reaped by the sickle. The thief is about to lop off the length of an axle from the trunk, but Yudushka has decided that the moment has come. He steals upon him and in a trice snatches the axe from his hand. "Ah!" is all the thief, taken red-handed, has time to exclaim. "Ah!" Yudushka mimics him. "Are you allowed to steal timber? Ah! Is it your birch tree you have just felled?" "Forgive me, sir." "I forgave everyone long ago, brother. I am myself a sinner before the Lord, and I dare not judge another. It is the law, not I, that condemns you. Take the tree you have felled to the manor house and pay up a fine of 1 ruble. In the meantime, I shall keep your axe. Don't you worry. It is in good hands, brother." Glad that he was able to prove to Ilya how well grounded were his suspicions in regard to Garanka, Yudushka transports himself in imagination to the forester's cottage and reprimands him soundly. On his way back home, he catches 3 hens belonging to peasants in the act of feeding on his oats. Back in his study, he falls again to work, and a peculiar system of household management is suddenly born in his brain. The system is based on the assumption that all mankind suddenly has begun to steal his wood and damage his fields by letting cattle graze upon them. But this does not grieve Yudushka. On the contrary, he rubs his hands in delight. "Let your cattle graze on my fields. Fell my trees. I shall be the better off for it," he repeats, hugely pleased. Then he takes a fresh sheet of paper and resumes his ciphering and reckoning. The problems to be solved are these. First, how much oats grows on 1 desyatin, and what will the fines amount to if the peasants' hens scratch the oats up? And second, how many birches grow in Lisi Yami, and how much money can they bring in if the peasants fell them illegally and pay the fine? A birch, though felled, reflects Yudushka gleefully, will in the end get to the house and be used as firewood. Firewood free of charge, mind you. Long rows of figures appear on the paper. Yudushka becomes so tired and excited that he rises from the table all perspiring and lies down on the sofa to rest. Here his imagination does not cease its work, it merely selects an easier theme. "Mama was a clever woman, mama was," muses Porfiry Vladimirych. "She knew how to be exacting and how to set one at ease. That is why people served her so willingly. Still, she was not without sin. Oh, yes, she had plenty of them." No sooner does Yudushka think of Arina Petrovna than she appears before him in person, coming straight from the grave. "I don't know, my friend. I don't know what fault you have to find with me," she says dejectedly. "It seems to me that I know," Yudushka cuts her short unceremoniously. "Let me be frank and thrash out the matter with you. For instance, why did you not stop Aunt Varvara Mikhailovna that time?" "But how in the world could I stop her? She was of age, and she had the full right to dispose of herself." "Oh, no, permit me, mother dear. What sort of a husband had she? An old drunkard, not much of a man, I should say. Nevertheless, they had 4 children. Where did they come from, I'm asking you?" "But how strangely you speak, my friend, as if I were the cause of it all." "Cause or no cause, you could have influenced her. You ought to have treated her kindly, she would have been shamed by you. But you did the contrary. You kept on scolding her and calling her shameless, and you suspected almost every man in the neighborhood of being her lover. Of course she kicked up the dust. It's a pity. The Goryushkino estate would have been ours now." "You cannot forget that Goryushkino," says Arina Petrovna, evidently brought to a standstill. "What do I care for Goryushkino? I don't need anything. If I have enough to buy a church candle and some oil for the image lamp, I am satisfied. But what about justice, dear mamma? Justice. Yes, mother dear, I would be glad to hold my tongue, but I cannot help being frank with you. There's a sin on your conscience, a great sin indeed." Arina Petrovna does not answer, and it is impossible to tell whether she is dejected or merely perplexed. "Another thing," Yudushka goes on, evidently reveling in mother dear's embarrassment. "Why did you buy a house for brother Stepan?" "I had to, my friend. I had to give him some share," says Arina Petrovna, trying to defend herself. "And he squandered it away, of course. As if you did not know him. You knew he was a loafer, a disrespectful, foul-mouthed scamp. And to think that you wanted to give him the Vologda village, too. A neat little estate with a nice little forest and a tiny lake lying like a shelled egg. Christ be with it. It is well that I happened to be around and kept you from taking that imprudent step. Ah, mamma dear, how could you?" "But he was a son of mine, you understand? A son." "I know. I understand very well. And still, I repeat, you ought not to have done it. You paid 12,000 for the house. Where is the money? And Goriushkino is worth at least 15,000. So the loss comes to quite a sum." "Well, that will do, that will do. Don't be angry with me, please don't." "I am not angry, dearest mother. I am only upholding the cause of justice. What's true is true, and I loathe falsehood. I was born with truth, have lived with truth, and with truth I shall die. God loves truth, and He would have us too love it. Take the case of Pogorelka, for instance. I shall always say you invested too much money in it." "But I myself live there." Yudushka clearly reads, "You silly bloodsucker," on his mother's face, but he makes believe he does not. "Well, yes, you lived there. Still, the image case is in Pogorelka. Whose is it, I'd like to know? And the pony and the tea caddy. I saw that tea caddy at Golovliovo with my own eyes when papa was still alive. What a beautiful little box." "Well, but " "No, dearest mother, let me speak. Of course, it looks like a trifling matter, but a ruble here, half a ruble there, come to quite a sum in the end. Let me use exact figures and make it clear to you. Figures are holy, they never lie." Porfiry Vladimirych runs over to the table with the intention of finally determining the exact amount of loss that his mother dear had caused him to sustain. He manipulates the counting board, covers sheets of paper with rows of figures, arms himself to convict Arina Petrovna. But fortunately for her, his wavering thoughts cannot remain fixed on one subject for a long time. Unnoticed by himself, a new thought enters his mind and, as if by magic, gives an entirely different trend to his ideas. The image of his mother, a minute ago so clear before his eyes, suddenly drops away. He forgets her. His notions become confused. Other notions enter his mind. Porfiry Vladimirych has long had the intention of figuring out what his crops could bring him in. The opportune moment is here. He knows the peasant is always in want, is always on the lookout to borrow provender, and always pays his debts with interest. He knows also that the peasant is especially generous with his work, which costs him nothing, and is not considered as possessing any value in settling accounts. There are many needy people in Russia. Oh, how many! There are many people who do not know what the next day will bring them, who see nothing but despair and emptiness wherever they turn their weary eyes, and who hear everywhere only one clamor: "Pay your debt, pay your debt." It is around these shiftless, utterly destitute men that Yudushka weaves his net with a delight passing sometimes into an orgy. It is April, and the peasant as usual has nothing to eat. "You have gobbled up all your crops, my dear fellows," Porfiry Vladimirych muses. "All winter you feasted, and in spring your stomach is shriveled from hunger." He has just settled the accounts of last year's crops. The threshing was completed in February, the grain was in the granaries in March, and the amount was recorded in the numerous books the other day. Yudushka stands at the window and waits. On the bridge, afar off, the peasant Foka appears in his cart. At the bend of the road leading to Golovliovo, he shakes the reins rather hastily, and for want of a whip hits his battered jade with his fist. "He's heading here," whispers Yudushka. "Look at the horse. A wonder it can drag its feet. But if you had fed it well a month or two, it would become quite a horse. You might get 25 rubles for it, or even as much as 30." Meanwhile, Foka drives up to the servant's house. He ties the animal to the hedge, throws it a handful of hay, and a minute later stands in the maids' quarters, shifting from one foot to another. It is in the maids' quarters that Porfiry Vladimirych usually receives such visitors. "Well, friend, how are things going?" "Please, sir, what I need is some corn." "How's that? Are you through with your own? What a pity! If you drank less vodka and worked more and prayed to God, the soil would feel it. Where one grain grows now, 2 grains would grow. Then there would be no need for you to borrow." Foka smiles vaguely instead of replying. "You think if God is far from us, He does not see?" Porfiry Vladimirych goes on moralizing. "God is here and there and everywhere. He is with us while we are talking here. He sees everything and hears everything, He only pretends not to see things. Let my creatures live after their own way, and we shall see whether they will remember me. And we sinners take advantage of that, and instead of buying a candle for God from our meager means, we keep on going to the public house. That's why God gives us no corn. Am I not right, friend?" "You are quite right, sir. There's no denying it." "Well, you see, you understand it now. And why is it that you understand it? Because the Lord withdrew His mercy from you. If you had had an abundant crop of corn, you would carry on again, but since God right, sir, and if wait a minute, let me say a word. The Lord recalls Himself to those who forgot Him. That is always the case. And we must not grumble over it, but understand that God does it for our good. Were we to remember God, He would never forget us. He would grant us everything, corn and oats and potatoes, more than we need. And He would take care of our animals. Look at your horse. It is skin and bones. And if you have chickens, He would keep them in condition too." "You are quite right, sir." Man's first duty is to honor God. Man's second duty is to honor his superiors, those who have been distinguished by the czars themselves, the gentry, for instance. "It seems to me, sir, that I—" "That's just it. It seems to me. But give a little thought to the matter, and you will find out that it's all different. Now, when you have come to borrow corn, you are very respectful and bland. But 2 years ago, you remember, when I needed harvesters and came to you peasants to ask for help, what did you answer? 'We have to harvest ourselves,' you said. 'It is not the way it used to be,' you said, 'when we worked for the landlords. Now we are free, free and no corn.'" Yudushka looks at Foka, but Foka does not stir. "You are very proud, that's why you have no luck. Take me, for example. The Lord has blessed me, and the Czar has distinguished me. But I am not proud. How can I be? What am I but a worm, a moth, a nothing? God took and blessed me for my humility. He loaded me with favors and put it into the Czar's mind to favor me too." "Porfiry Vladimirych, I think that under serfdom we were far better off," Foka remarks, playing the flatterer. "Yes, brother, those were fine days for you peasants. You had plenty of everything, corn and hay and potatoes. But why recall the old times? I am not rancorous. I have long forgotten about the harvesters. I only mentioned them in passing. Let me see. Did you say you needed corn?" "Yes, I did, sir." "You have come to buy some, have you?" "How can I? I should like to borrow some until the new corn comes." My! Corn is not to be had for money nowadays. I really don't know what to do with you." Porfiry Vladimirych ponders for a while, as if really perplexed. "I can lend you some corn, my friend," he finally says. "I have none for sale, for I loathe to traffic in God's gifts, but I will gladly lend you some corn. Today I'll lend it to you, tomorrow you'll lend to me. Today I have plenty. Take some, help yourself. You want a measure of corn? Take a measure. You want half a measure? Take half a measure. Tomorrow may find me knocking at your window saying, 'Dear Foka, lend me half a measure of corn. I have nothing to eat.'" "Oh, sir, will you come to me?" "I shall not. That was merely an example. The world has seen greater reverses. There was Napoleon, about whom the newspapers have written so much. That's how it is, brother. So how much corn do you want?" A measure, if you please." "Well, I can let you have a measure. Only let me warn you, corn is tremendously dear nowadays. This is what we are going to do. I shall give you 6 chetveriks, and in 8 months you will deliver a measure to me. I don't take any interest, but an additional chetverik or two." Yudushka's offer makes Foka gasp. For some time he says nothing, only shrugs his shoulders. "Won't that be a bit too much, sir?" he asks at last, evidently alarmed. "If it's too much, go to others. You see, my friend, I am not forcing you. I am only making you an offer in a friendly way. I didn't send for you, did I? You came here yourself. You came to ask for something, and that's my answer. Isn't it so, friend?" "Yes, quite so. But don't you think it's too much interest?" "Ah. And I thought you were a just, respectable peasant. Well, you will say to me, 'What am I going to live on? How will I meet my expenses?' Do you know what expenses I have? My dear man, there is no end to them. I've got to pay here and meet my obligations there and produce cash in a third place. I've got to satisfy everyone. All are after Porfiry Vladimirych, all ask something of him, and I've got to get along with them as best I can. And then again, if I sold the corn to the dealer, I should get money at once. And money, my friend, is a sacred thing. With money I can buy securities, put them in a safe place, and draw interest. No worry, you know, of any kind, no trouble at all. Just clip the coupon and get your money. But with the corn, you've got to go carefully about it and look after it and all that. A lot of it will dry up and be wasted, and the mice will eat it up. No, brother, money is the best thing, nothing like it. It would be high time for me to become sensible and turn everything into money and leave you folks." "Oh, Porfiry Vladimirych, stay with us." "Well, my dear man, I should like to, but I can't stand it any longer. If I had the strength of my youth, of course I would stay with you and keep at it. But no, it's time to rest. I will go to the Trinity Monastery, I will find shelter under the wing of the saints, and not a soul will hear from me. And how good I'll feel! All will be peaceful and quiet and honest, no noise, no quarrels, like in heaven." In a word, in spite of all of Foka's protestations, Porfiry Vladimirych arranges the bargain to suit himself. But that is not enough. At the very moment that Foka consents to the terms of the loan, a thought flashes through Yudushka's mind. A certain Shelapika meadow appears on the scene. It doesn't amount to much, hardly a desyatin to mow. "You see, I am doing you a favor, so you do me one in return," says Porfiry Vladimirych. "This is not interest, but just a favor. God does favors to us all, and we've got to do likewise to one another. You will mow this desyatin in no time, and I'll be much obliged to you. You see, brother, I am a plain man. You'll do me a ruble's worth of service, and I." Porfiry Vladimirych rises, faces the church, and makes the sign of the cross to show that the transaction is at an end. Foka also rises and makes the sign of the cross. Foka has disappeared. Porfiry Vladimirych produces a sheet of paper, arms himself with the counting board, and the beads begin jumping fast under his skillful fingers. Little by little an orgy of numbers commences. The whole world becomes enwrapped in mist. With feverish haste, Yudushka passes from the paper to the counting board, and from the counting board to the paper. The rows of figures keep growing larger and larger. End of Book 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 7, Chapter 1 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 7, The Settlement, Chapter 1. It is the middle of December. The country stretches still and benumbed, covered with a mantle of snow as far as the eye can reach. The horses, though pulling empty carts, wade with difficulty through the snowdrifts that the wind has driven during the night. There is not the trace of a path to the Golovliovo estate. Porfiry Vladimirych had grown so unaccustomed to visits that in the beginning of autumn he barred the front entrance to the house and the main gateways leading to it, leaving only the servants' entrance and the side gates for the domestics to communicate with the outer world. One morning, as the clock was striking 11, Yudushka in his dressing gown was standing at the window staring aimlessly before him. Since early morning he had been walking to and fro in the room, deep in thought about a certain momentous matter, and ceaselessly counting imaginary profits. Finally he became mixed in the ciphering and grew tired. Both the magnificent orchard in front of the manor and the village behind it were lost to view in the snow. After yesterday's blizzard the air was frosty, and the snow shimmered and sparkled in the sun, so that Porfiry Vladimirych had to blink. The court was silent and deserted. There was not the least movement, either in the servants' quarters or near the cattle yard. Even the village itself was so silent that it seemed as if death had suddenly stolen upon the people. The only thing that attracted Yudushka's attention was a curl of thin smoke floating upward from the priest's house. 11 o'clock, and the parson's wife has not yet finished cooking, he thinks. Those black coats are always gorging. With this as a point of departure, his mind wandered on. Was it a weekday or a holiday? A fast day or not? And what can the parson's wife be cooking? But suddenly his attention was diverted. On the hill at the very beginning of the road from the village of Pogorelka, a black dot appeared, approached gradually, and grew larger and larger. Porfiry Vladimirych looked intently. Who could be coming? A peasant or somebody else? Who could it be but a peasant? Yes, a peasant. What was he coming for? If for wood, why then the Naglovka forest was on the other side of the village. The knave must be intending to steal some wood. If he was making for the mill, why then he ought to have turned to the right. Perhaps he was coming to fetch the priest. Someone dying? Or perhaps already dead? Or maybe a child had been born. Who could it be? In autumn Ninila walked about pregnant, but it was too early for her. If it should be a boy, he would get into the census. What was the population of Naglovka at the last census? But if a girl, she would not get into the census, and still, it is impossible to get along without the female sex. Fie! Yudushka spat and looked at the ikon in the corner, as if seeking its protection from the evil one. It is quite possible that he would have continued wandering in thought had the black speck been lost to view, but it kept on growing and at last turned toward the marsh road leading to the church. Then Yudushka saw quite clearly that it was a small wagon pulled by two horses, one behind the other. Next it went up the hill and drove past the church. Perhaps it is the bishop, passed through his mind. That's why they have not yet finished cooking at the parson's house. Then the vehicle turned to the right and made straight for the manor house. Porfiry Vladimirych instinctively drew his dressing gown together and stepped away from the window, as if afraid of being seen by the traveler. He had guessed correctly. The wagon drove up to the house and stopped at the side gate. A young woman jumped out of it quickly. She was dressed out of season in a large cotton-lined greatcoat trimmed with lamb's fur, more for show than for warmth. She was apparently frozen. No one appearing to receive her, the stranger hopped over to the maid's entrance. In a few seconds the outer door in the women's quarters banged shut, then another door and another, until all the rooms adjacent to the maid's entrance were filled with the noise of hurried footsteps and banging doors. Porfiry Vladimirych stood at his study door listening intently. It was so long since he had seen any strangers, and altogether he had become so unaccustomed to the company of human beings that he was somewhat bewildered. Nearly a quarter of an hour passed, the running and the banging of the doors continued, and yet he was not told who had come. It was clear that the guest was a relative who did not doubt her right to the host's hospitality. But what relatives had he? He tried to recall them, but his memory was dull. He had had two sons, Volodya and Petka. He had had a mother, Arina Petrovna, long, long ago. Last autumn, Nadka Galkina, daughter of his late aunt Varvara Mikhailovna, had taken up her residence at Goryushkino. Could it be she? Why, no. She had already tried to make her way into the Golovliovo temple, but to no avail. "She will not dare to. She will not dare to," reiterated Yudushka, burning with indignation at the very thought of her intrusion. "But who else can it be?" While he was busy guessing, Yevpraksia approached the door cautiously and announced: "The young lady of Pogorelka, Anna Semyonovna, has arrived." It was indeed Anninka, but changed beyond recognition. She was no longer the beautiful, lively, buoyant girl with rosy cheeks, full gray eyes, high breast and heavy, ash-colored tresses massed low on her head, who had come to Golovliovo shortly after the death of Arina Petrovna, but a weak, wasted creature with a sunken chest, hollow cheeks, a hectic face, and languid movements, a bent creature almost hunchbacked. Even her splendid braids looked miserable, and her eyes, blazing feverishly, seemed larger than ever in her emaciated face. Her eyes alone retained something of their former beauty. Yevpraksia stared long at her as at a stranger, then finally recognized her. "You?" she cried out, clapping her hands. "I? Well?" Anninka laughed quietly as if to add, "Yes, life has played me a dirty trick." "Is uncle well?" "Uncle? Nothing is the matter with him. He is alive, there is no doubt about that, but we hardly ever see him." "What's the matter with him?" "Just so. It's all because of lonesomeness." "Don't tell me he has stopped haranguing." "He is real quiet now, miss. He used to talk and talk, but suddenly he became silent. Occasionally we hear him in his study talking to himself and sometimes even laughing, but as soon as he comes out of the room he is quiet. People say his late brother Stepan Vladimirych had the same trouble. At first he was gay, then suddenly he became quiet. And you, madam, are you well?" Anninka only waved her hand in reply. "And is your sister well?" "She has been lying in her grave at the wayside at Krechetovo a month." "Lord be merciful! At the wayside?" "Of course. That's how they bury all suicides." "Goodness! A lady, and to take her own life? How is that?" "Yes, at first she was a lady, and then she took poison, that's all. And I am a coward, I want to live, and here I have come to you. Not for long, oh, don't be afraid. I shall die soon, too." Yevpraksia stared at her as if she did not understand. "Why are you looking at me? Am I such a fright? Well, never mind my looks. However, I'll tell you later. Now pay the coachman and announce me to uncle." She produced an old pocketbook and took out 2 yellow bills. "And here is all my property," she added, pointing to a small trunk. "Here's everything, both my inheritance and my own acquisitions. I am cold, Yevpraksia, very cold. I am quite sick, there's not a bone in my body that doesn't ache. And here, as if to spite me, it is so cold. As I was riding, I thought of only one thing, to get to Golovliovo and die there, at least in warmth. I'd like to have some vodka. Have you any?" "You had better have some tea, madam. The samovar will soon be ready." "No, I shall have tea later. Now I'd like to have some vodka. However, don't tell uncle about the vodka yet. It would all come out later." While they set the table for tea in the dining room, Porfiry Vladimirych appeared. Now Anninka in her turn was completely surprised at her uncle's emaciation and wild, faded looks. Porfiry received Anninka in a strange manner, not coldly, but as if altogether indifferent. He spoke little, as if under compulsion, like an actor trying to recall sentences of parts acted in days gone by, and was absent-minded, as though his mind were absorbed in some grave, urgent business from which he had been torn away to attend to trifles. "So you have arrived," he said. "What will you have? Tea? Coffee? Order the servants to fetch it." In former days, at family meetings, Yudushka always played the sentimental part. This time it was Anninka who was filled with emotions, genuine emotions. The claw of sorrow must have sunk deep into her being, for she threw herself on Porfiry Vladimirych's breast and embraced him ardently. "Uncle, I have come to you," she cried, and burst into tears. "Well, you are welcome. I have enough rooms. Live here." "I am sick, uncle. Very, very sick." "If you are sick, you must pray to God. Whenever I am not well, I always heal myself through prayer." "I have come to you, uncle, to die." Porfiry Vladimirych looked at her with questioning eyes, and an almost imperceptible smile stole over his lips. "So that is where your acting has brought you?" "Yes, that is where my acting has brought me. Lubinka is dead, and I am alive." At the news of Lubinka's death, Yudushka piously crossed himself and whispered a prayer. Anninka seated herself at table, her chin in her hands, looking toward the church and continuing to cry bitterly. "See here, as for weeping and being in despair, it is surely a sin," remarked Porfiry Vladimirych sententiously. "And do you know what a Christian must do on such an occasion? Not cry, but submit and hope. That's how a Christian has to act." But Anninka threw herself back on the chair and repeated, her arms drooping helplessly: "Ah, I do not know, I do not know, I do not know." "If you are crying your eyes out on account of your sister," Yudushka continued to sermonize, "that is a sin, too. For although it is praiseworthy to love one's sisters and brothers, yet if it be the will of God to take one or several of them to Himself." "Oh, no, no. Uncle, are you kind? Are you kind? Tell me." Anninka threw herself on him again and embraced him. "Well, I am kind. Tell me, do you wish anything? Will you have a bite, or tea, or coffee? Ask for what you want. Order it." Anninka suddenly remembered how during her first visit her uncle used to ask her, "Will you have beef, pork, potatoes?" And she realized that she would find no other consolation. "Thank you, uncle," she said, seating herself at the table again. "I do not want anything in particular. I am sure I shall be contented with anything you offer me." "If so, well and good. Will you go to Pogorelka?" "No, uncle. For the time being I shall stay with you. You have nothing against it, have you?" "Christ be with you. Of course I don't object. I asked about Pogorelka only because in case you do wish to go there, it would be necessary to arrange for a wagon and horses." "No, later. "Very well, then. You will go there later on. Meanwhile, you can stay with us. You will help about the house, for I'm all alone, you see. This queen," said Yudushka, almost in hatred, pointing to Yevpraksia pouring the tea, "is all the time running about in the servants' quarters, so that sometimes you can never get any service, not a soul in the whole house. Well, good by for the present. I shall go to my room. I shall pray, do some work, and pray again. So, my friend, is it long since Lubinka died?" "About a month, uncle." "Then tomorrow we shall go to church early and order a mass to be read for God's recently deceased servant Lubinka. So good by for the present, have some tea, and if you want a bit of luncheon, have the servant bring it to you. At dinner we shall meet again, have a talk, a chat, and if anything has to be done, we shall attend to it. If not, not." Such was the first family meeting. When it was over, Anninka entered upon her new life in that disgusting Golovliovo, where she was stranded for the second time in her short life. End of Book 7, Chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 7, Chapter 2a of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 7, The Settlement, Chapter 2a. Anninka had gone downhill very fast. It was true that her first visit to Golovliovo had aroused the consciousness of being a lady, of having her own nest and her own graves, of not being confined in her life to the squalor and uproar of hotels and inns, and of having a shelter where she would be safe from vile breaths infected with the odor of wine and the stable, from hoarse voices, bloodshot eyes, indecent gestures. But alas! No sooner did Golovliovo disappear from sight than this purifying consciousness vanished from her mind. Anninka had gone from Golovliovo straight to Moscow and solicited a position on the government stage both for herself and her sister. With this in view, she turned for aid to maman, that is, the directress of the boarding school where she had been educated, and to several of her classmates. Maman was at first quite kind to her, but as soon as she discovered that her former pupil had acted on the provincial stage, her pleasant manner changed to one of haughtiness and sternness. As for Anninka's classmates, who were mostly married women, they eyed her with an impertinent astonishment that quite frightened her. Only one of them, better natured than the rest, asked her, evidently wishing to show sympathy, "Tell me, darling, is it true that when you actresses dress for the stage, officers lace your corsets?" In a word, her attempts to gain a foothold in Moscow remained unsuccessful. The truth of the matter was, she did not possess the necessary qualifications for theatrical success in the capital. She and her sister Lubinka belonged to that class of lively but not very talented actresses who play one part all their lives. Anninka had made a hit in Pericola, Lubinka in Pansies and Old Time Colonels, and whatever new rôles they studied strangely resembled their successful parts, or, in the majority of cases, were a complete failure. Anninka often had to play Fair Helen also. She would wear a flaming red wig over her ash-colored hair and cut her tunic down to her waistline, but she was mediocre and dull, not even cynical. From Fair Helen she passed to the Duchess of Herolstein. In this her colorless acting was coupled with a completely preposterous mise en scène, and the outcome was altogether miserable. At last she undertook to play the rôle of Clairette in The White Slave. But she overdid her part to such an extent that even the none too refined provincial public was shocked by her behavior on the stage, which she turned into a mire of corruption. Anninka gained the reputation of being a clever actress with a fairly good voice, and since she was pretty, she could get an audience in the provinces. But that was all. Lacking individuality, she could not attain permanent success. Even among the provincial public she was popular mainly with army officers, whose chief ambition was to obtain access behind the scenes. She could have got an engagement in the capital only if she had been forced upon some manager by a powerful patron, and even then the public would have given her the unenviable nickname of a tavern singer. Thus the two girls had to go back to the provinces. In Moscow, Anninka received a letter from Lubinka saying that their company had removed from Kretchetov to the city of Samovarnov, which made Lubinka quite glad, because there she had become friendly with a certain Zemstvo leader who was so infatuated that he was almost, in his own words, ready to steal the Zemstvo funds if that were necessary to gratify all her desires. In fact, on her arrival in Samovarnov, Anninka found her sister quite luxuriously situated and planning to give up the stage. Lubinka's admirer, the Zemstvo official Gavrilo Stepanich Lyukin, was a retired captain of the hussars, recently a bel homme, but now somewhat corpulent. His appearance and manners and views taken separately were conspicuously noble, but taken together they gave one the strong impression that the man was altogether free from scruples. Lubinka received Anninka with open arms and told her a room had been prepared for her at the lodgings. Anninka, still under the influence of her trip to Golovliovo, bridled up at the suggestion. The sisters exchanged tart words, and soon afterwards they separated. Involuntarily, Anninka recalled the words of the Volpino parson, who had told her it was hard to safeguard a maiden's honor in the acting profession. Anninka went to live at a hotel and broke off all relations with her sister. Easter passed. The next week the theaters opened, and Anninka found out that her sister's place was already filled by Nalimova, a girl from Kazan, a mediocre actress, but utterly unconstrained in the movements of her body. As usual, Anninka played Pericola and enchanted the Samovarnov theater goers. On her return to the hotel, she found an envelope in her room containing 100 ruble bill and a laconic note which read, "Should anything happen, you get as much. Merchant Kukishev, dealer in fancy goods." Anninka was enraged and went to complain to the hotel keeper. He told her Kukishev had this peculiar habit of greeting the newly arrived actresses, and otherwise was a harmless man, and it did not pay to take offense. Anninka sealed up the letter and the money in an envelope, sent it back the very next day, and regained her composure. But Kukishev was more persistent than the hotel keeper had reported him to be. He was among Lyukin's friends and was on good terms with Lubinka. He was quite well to do, and besides, as a member of the city administration, was in a most convenient position with regard to the city treasury. And like Lyukin, boldness was not his least virtue. According to the taste of market people, he possessed a seductive appearance, reminding one of the beetle, which, as the song has it, Masha found in the fields instead of berries. A beetle black, and on his crown nice curly hair with whiskers smart. His eyebrows colored a dark brown, the picture of my own sweetheart. Being the happy possessor of such looks, he thought he had the right to be aggressive, all the more so as Lubinka explicitly promised him her cooperation. Lubinka apparently had burned all her bridges, and her reputation was by no means a pleasant topic in her sister's ears. Every night, it was said, a merry band caroused in her rooms from midnight till morning, Lubinka presiding and appearing as a gypsy, half naked. At this, Lyulkin, addressing his intoxicated friends, would cry out, "Look, there's a breast!" and with loosened hair. She would sing to the accompaniment of a guitar, "How I did love it with my mash, who had the darlingest mustache." Anninka listened to the stories about her sister and became greatly worried. What surprised her most was that Lubinka sang the ditty about the mash who had the darlingest mustache in a gypsy-like manner, just like the celebrated Matryusha of Moscow. Anninka always gave her sister due credit, and had she been told that Lubinka sang couplets from old-time colonels with unsurpassed excellence, she would have considered it quite natural and would have readily believed it. The theater goers of Kursk, Tambov, and Penza had not yet forgotten with what inimitable naïveté Lubinka sang the most atrocious ambiguities in her soft little voice. But that Lubinka could sing like a gypsy? Pardon me, a lie. She, Anninka, could sing like that, no doubt of it. It was her genre, her business, and everyone in Kursk who had seen her in the play Russian Romances Personified would willingly testify to it. Anninka would take the guitar, sling the striped sash over her shoulder, sit down on a chair, cross her legs, and begin, "I ech, I ach." It was the very manner of Matryusha the gypsy. However that may have been, one thing was certain, that Lubinka was extravagant. And Lyulkin, for fear of introducing a discordant note into the drunken bliss, had already resorted to borrowing from the Zemstvo treasury. Not to speak of the tremendous amount of champagne which was both consumed and poured out on the floor in Lubinka's quarters, all sorts of things had to be provided to feed her growing capriciousness and extravagance. First it was dresses from Madame Minangois of Moscow, then jewelry from Fuld. Lubinka was rather thrifty and did not scorn valuables. Her licentiousness by no means interfered with her love of gold, diamonds, and especially lottery bonds. At any rate, it was a life not of gaiety, but of boisterous debauchery and continuous intoxication. There was one thorn in the rose bush. It was necessary for Lubinka to curry favor with the chief of police. Although a friend of Lyulkin's, he sometimes liked to make his power felt, and Lubinka always guessed when he was dissatisfied with her hospitality, for the next day the police warden would come to ask for her passport, and she yielded. In the morning she would treat the district chief of police to vodka and a light repast, while in the evening she would personally prepare a Swedish punch, of which he was very fond. Kukishev watched this ocean of luxury and burned with envy. He conceived a desire to lead a similar life and have just such a mistress. That would put an end to the monotony of provincial life. One night he would spend with Lyulkin's queen, the next night with his own queen. That was the dream of his life, the ambition of an imbecile, who is the more obstinate in his strivings, the greater his stupidity. Anninka seemed to be the most suitable person for the realization of his hopes. But Anninka would not surrender. She was still new to the stir of passion, although she had had numerous suitors, and had been rather free in her relations with them. At one time she even thought she was ready to fall in love with the local tragedian Miloslavsky X, who was consumed with passion for her. But Miloslavsky X was so harebrained and so persistently drunk that he never told her of his love, only stared at her and stolidly hiccuped when she passed by. So the love affair never ripened. The other suitors Anninka considered as something in the nature of indispensable furniture, to which a provincial actress is doomed by the very conditions of her profession. She submitted to these conditions and took advantage of their minor privileges, such as applause, bouquets, drives, picnics, etc. But further than this, so to speak, external dissipation, she did not go. She persisted in this manner of conduct. During the whole summer she had kept to the path of virtue, jealously guarding her honor, as if anxious to show the Volpino priest that moral strength can be found even among actresses. Once she even decided to complain about Kukishev to the general, who listened to her with kindly favor and commended her for her heroism. But seeing that her complaint was an indirect attack on his own person as the governor of the province, he added that, having spent all his strength against the internal enemy, he strongly doubted whether he could be of any use. Hearing this, Anninka blushed and went away. Meanwhile, Kukishev acted so artfully that he succeeded in making the public take an interest in his efforts. People suddenly became convinced that Kukishev was right, and that Pogorelskaya I, as she was dubbed on the posters, only looked as if butter would not melt in her mouth. A whole clique was formed with the express purpose of taming the refractory upstart. The campaign was started by several habitués of the theatre who gradually began to hang around her dressing room and made their nest in the adjoining room belonging to Miss Nalimova. Then, without exhibiting direct enmity, the audiences began to receive Pogorelskaya I, when she appeared on the stage, with a disheartening reserve, as if she were not the star actress, but some insignificant dumb performer. At last the clique insisted that the manager take some parts away from Anninka and give them to Nalimova. And what was most curious, the most important part in this underhand intrigue was played by Lubinka, whose confidante was Nalimova. Toward autumn, Anninka was surprised to find that she was compelled to play the role of Orestes in Fair Helen, and only Pericola had been left to her of all her main parts. That was because Nalimova would not dare to vie with her in the role. In addition, the manager notified her that in view of her cold reception by the audiences, her salary would be reduced to 75 rubles a month, with only half the proceeds of one benefit during the year. Anninka lost courage, because with so small a salary she would have to move from the hotel to an inn. She wrote letters to 2 or 3 managers offering her services, but invariably received the answer that they were actually flooded with applicants for the Pericola role, and besides they had learned of her shrewish obstinacy from reliable sources, and so could not foresee any hopes of her success. Anninka was now living on her last savings. Another week and she would have to move to the inn and live to Khoroshavina, who was playing Parthenis and was favored with the attention of a constable. She began to yield to despair, especially since a mysterious hand put a note into her room every day containing the same words: "Pericola, submit. Your Kukishev." And at the critical moment Lubinka most unexpectedly rushed in. "Tell me, please, for what prince are you saving your treasure?" she asked curtly. Anninka was taken aback. First of all, she was amazed to find that both the Volpino priest and Lubinka employed the same word "treasure" for maidenly honor. Only the priest had regarded it as the foundation of life, while Lubinka looked upon it as a mere trifle over which the rascally males go mad. Then she involuntarily questioned herself: "What is this treasure, anyhow? Is it really a treasure, and is it really worth hoarding?" Alas, she could find no satisfactory answer to her questions. On one hand, it is rather shameful to remain without honor, and on the other, oh, the devil take it! And could it be that the whole purpose, the whole merit of her existence consisted in struggling every moment of her life to maintain this treasure? "In only 6 months I have succeeded in getting 30 bonds," Lubinka continued, "and lots of things. Look what a dress I have on." Lubinka turned about, pulled at the front, then at the sides, letting herself be examined. The dress was really an expensive one and unusually well made. It came straight from Minangois in Moscow. "Kukishev is a kind sort," Lubinka resumed. "He will dress you up like a doll, and he will give you money. You'll be able to send the theatre to the devil. You have had enough of it." "Never!" cried Anninka heatedly. She had not as yet forgotten the phrase "sacred art." "You may remain if you wish to. You will get your former salary again and outstrip Nalimova." Anninka was silent. "Well, good by. They are waiting for me downstairs. Kukishev is there, too. Will you come?" But Anninka maintained her silence. "Well, think it over if there is anything to think about. And when you have done thinking, come to see me. Good by." On the 17th of September, Lubinka's birthday, the posters of the Samovarnov theatre announced a gala performance. Anninka appeared as Fair Helen again, and the same evening the part of Orestes was performed by Pogorelskaya II, Lubinka. To complete the triumph of the sisters, Nalimova was given the part of Cleon, the blacksmith. She appeared on the stage dressed in tights and a short coat, her face touched with soot, and a sheet of iron in her hands. The audience was elated. Hardly did Anninka appear on the stage when the audience raised such a clamor that already unaccustomed to ovations, she nearly broke into tears. And when in the third act, In the scene where she is awakened at night, she stood up on the sofa almost naked. The house was one groaning mass of humanity. One man in the audience was so thoroughly worked up that he shouted to Menelaus, who was entering the stage, "Get out, damn you!" Anninka understood that the public had pardoned her. As for Kukishev, he was in full dress, white tie and white gloves. In the entr'actes he generously treated friends and strangers alike to champagne, and spoke of his triumph with dignity. At last the manager of the theatre, brimming over with jubilation, appeared in Anninka's room and kneeling before her said: "Now, madam, you are a good girl, and you will get your previous salary with the corresponding number of benefits." Everybody praised her and congratulated her and protested their sympathy, so that she, who at first was timid, restless, and haunted with a feeling of oppressive melancholy, grew suddenly convinced that she had fulfilled her mission. After the theatre, the whole company went to Lubinka's birthday celebration, and there the congratulations were reiterated. So large a crowd gathered in Lubinka's quarters that the tobacco smoke made it hard to breathe. They sat down to supper, and champagne began to flow freely. Kukishev kept close to Anninka. This made her somewhat shy, but she was no longer oppressed by his attentions. It seemed rather funny, but also flattering, that she had so easily gotten hold of this big, powerful man, who could bend and straighten out a horseshoe without effort, and whom she could order about and do with as she wished. The supper was crowned by that drunken, disorderly gaiety in which neither the head nor the heart takes a part, and which results only in headaches and nausea. The tragedian Miloslavsky X was the only one who looked gloomy and declined champagne, preferring plain vodka, which he gulped down glass after glass. As to Anninka, she abstained from drink for some time, but Kukishev was insistent. He went down on his knees and implored her: "Anna Semyonovna, it is your turn. I beseech you. For your happiness, for friendship and love, do us a favor." She was annoyed by his foolish figure and foolish talk, yet she could not refuse, and before she had time to collect her thoughts, she was already dizzy. Lubinka, for her part, was so magnanimous that she herself asked her sister to sing "How I Did Love It with My Mash." Anninka performed it so well that everybody exclaimed: "Ah, that was just like Matryusha the gypsy." Then Lubinka sang an obscene song of a different kind, and at once convinced everybody that that kind of singing was her real genre, in which she had no rivals, just as Anninka had none in the gypsy songs. In conclusion, Miloslavsky X and Nalimova presented a masquerade scene in which the tragedian recited parts from Ugolino, a tragedy in 5 acts by Polevoy, and Nalimova followed with a scene from an unpublished tragedy of Barkov. The result was so unexpected that Nalimova nearly eclipsed the two sisters and almost became the heroine of the evening. End of Book 7, Chapter 2a. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 7, Chapter 2b, of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 7, The Settlement, Chapter 2b. It was already dawn when Kukishev, leaving the charming hostess, helped Anninka into her carriage. Pious townspeople were coming from matins. At the sight of Anninka, elaborately attired and somewhat unsteady on her feet, they muttered darkly: "People are coming out of church, and they are gulping wine. A curse on them!" On leaving her sisters, Anninka went not to the hotel, but to her own quarters, small but snug and nicely furnished. She was followed by Kukishev. The whole winter passed in an indescribable hurly-burly. Anninka was completely in the swing, and if she ever reminded herself of her treasure, it was only in order to laugh it off with, "How foolish I was." Kukishev, very proud of the fact that his idea of securing a mistress like Lubinka had materialized, made ducks and drakes of his money. Instigated by emulation, he ordered 2 gowns to Lyulkin's 1, and 24 bottles of champagne to his 12. Lubinka herself began to envy her sister because she succeeded in laying by 40 lottery bonds during the winter, in addition to a considerable amount of jewelry. However, they became friendly again and decided to pool their hoardings. Anninka always hoped for something, and during an intimate talk with her sister said: "When all this will be over, we will go back to Pogorelka. We will have money and establish a home for ourselves." "And you think this will ever end? Fool!" Lubinka retorted cynically. To Anninka's misfortune, Kukishev soon came upon a new idea, which he began to pursue with his usual obstinacy. A vulgar and eminently shallow-pated man, he imagined he would reach the pinnacle of bliss if his queen would accompany him, that is, if she would drink vodka with him. Anninka for some time declined, referring to the fact that Lyulkin never compelled Lubinka to drink vodka. "And yet she drinks out of love for Lyulkin," Kukishev retorted. "And may I ask you, darling, do you take the Lyulkins as an example? They are Lyulkins, while you and I, we are Kukishevs. Therefore we will drink in our own Kukishev way." Kukishev had his way. Once Anninka took a small glass of green liquid from the hands of her beloved and gulped it down. Of course she saw stars, choked, coughed, became dizzy, thereby putting Kukishev in transports of delight. "Permit me to remark, darling, that you do not drink well. You did it too fast," he instructed her, as she quieted down somewhat. "The wine glass should be held in the tiny hands, so. Then you bring it over to the lips, slowly. 1, 2, 3. The Lord bless us." And he calmly and gravely gulped down the contents of the glass as if he were pouring vodka into a barrel. He did not even frown, but only took a bit of black bread, dipped it in the salt cellar, and chewed it. And so Kukishev succeeded in realizing his second idea, and even began to plan another one, which would beat the Lyulkins hollow. Of course he succeeded in inventing one. "You know," he suddenly announced, "as soon as summer comes, we will go to my mill with the Lyulkins, take along some provisions, and bathe in the river." "Never!" Anninka objected indignantly. "Why not? We will bathe, then have a cocktail, rest a little, and bathe again. That would be delightful." It is not known whether Kukishev's third idea materialized or not, but it is certain that this drunken debauchery lasted a whole year, during which time neither the Zemstvo nor the city administration exhibited the slightest anxiety concerning Messrs. Kukishev and Lyulkin. For appearance's sake, Lyulkin visited Moscow twice, and on his return declared he had sold one of his forests. On being reminded that he had sold the same forest 4 years before when living with Domashka the gypsy, he answered that it was another forest that he had sold that time, and, to give his tale the appearance of veracity, he added detailed information concerning the name of his newly sold forest estate. As for Kukishev, he gave currency to the story that he had smuggled in a large stock of embroidery from abroad, thereby earning a great deal of money. In September of the next year, the chief of police asked Kukishev for a loan of 1,000 rubles, and Kukishev was foolish enough to refuse. Then the police superintendent began to confer secretly with the assistant attorney. "Both of them guzzled champagne in my house every evening," Kukishev testified later at the trial. On September 17th, at the anniversary of Kukishev's liaison, when he and the others celebrated Lubinka's birthday again, a member of the city council came running in and announced to Kukishev that a warrant was being made out at the city board for his arrest. "They must have found out something," Kukishev exclaimed rather pluckily, and without further comment followed the messenger to the council hall and from there to prison. The next day the Zemstvo council also took fright. The members assembled and ordered the money in the treasury counted and recounted, and at last came to the conclusion that their treasury, too, had been drained by somebody. Lyulkin was present at the examination, pale, gloomy, but noble. When the loss had been discovered, and when it became apparent to Lyulkin that he had no hope of escaping, he walked to the window, drew a revolver from his pocket, and fired a bullet into his temple. The event created quite a turmoil in the town. The people pitied Lyulkin, saying, "At least he ended nobly." But the general opinion about Kukishev was, "He was born a shopkeeper, and a shopkeeper he will die." Concerning Anninka and Lubinka, they simply said that they were the cause of it all, and that it would not do any harm to put them behind the bars, too, so that in future matters might not be very inviting for such wretches. The prosecutors, however, did not arrest them, but terrorized them so mercilessly that they were completely dismayed. Of course, there were some kind of people who advised them to conceal all their valuables, but they listened and understood nothing. Owing to this, the attorney for the plaintiffs both counsels hired the same attorney a daring fellow, wishing to satisfy his clients, came to the sisters one day, accompanied by the process server, to take an inventory. He seized and sealed everything except their dresses and such gold and silver things as bore inscriptions showing that they had been the gifts of the appreciative public. Lubinka, however, succeeded in hiding a roll of banknotes presented to her the previous evening in her corset. It was 1,000 rubles on which the sisters would have to exist for an indefinite time. In expectation of Kukishev's trial, they were kept in the town about 4 months. Then the trial began, and the sisters, Anninka particularly, had to undergo a ruthless ordeal. Kukishev was cynical in the extreme. He reveled in the disclosure of details, for which there was really no need. But apparently he was desirous of striking a pose before the ladies of Samovarnov, and exposed everything indiscreetly. The attorney and the private prosecutor, young and anxious to afford pleasure to the ladies, took advantage of this and endeavored to lend the proceeding a frivolous character, in which they succeeded, of course. Anninka fainted a number of times, but the private prosecutor paid no attention to this and bombarded her with questions. At last the investigation ended and both sides had their say. Late at night the jurors announced that Kukishev was guilty, but that there were alleviating circumstances. In view of this, he was sentenced to be deported to Western Siberia. When the trial was over, the sisters obtained permission to leave Samovarnov. And it was high time, for the 1,000 rubles were nearly exhausted. Besides, the manager of the Kretchetov theater, with whom they had made arrangements, demanded that they appear in Kretchetov at once, threatening to discontinue negotiations if they delayed. Nothing was seen or heard of the valuables and documents sealed at the demand of the private prosecutor. Such were the consequences of their disregard for their treasure. Tormented, crushed, despised by everybody, the sisters lost all faith in their own strength and all hope for a brighter future. They became emaciated, slovenly, cowardly. And Anninka, to boot, having been in Kukishev's school, had learned to drink. Matters grew worse. No sooner did they alight from the train at Kretchetov than they at once found protectors. Lubinka was taken by Captain Popkov, Anninka by the merchant Zabvenny. But the jolly times were no more. Both Popkov and Zabvenny were coarse, quarrelsome, and rather close-fisted. After 3 or 4 months they became considerably colder. The sisters were even less successful on the stage than in love affairs. The manager, who had accepted the sisters on the strength of the scandal they had caused at Samovarnov, quite unexpectedly found himself out of his reckoning. At the very first performance, somebody in the gallery shouted when the two girls made their appearance on the stage, "You convicts!" And the name stuck. It decided Anninka's and Lubinka's theatrical fate. They now lived a dull, drowsy life, devoid of all intellectual interest. The public was cold, the managers scowled at them, the protectors would not intercede. Zabvenny dreamed, as once Kukishev had, of how he would compel his queen to have a cocktail with him, how she would at first affect horror and gradually submit. But he was very angry when he found out that she was already past mistress in the art of drinking. The only satisfaction left him was to show his friends how Anninka guzzled vodka. Popkov, too, was dissatisfied and declared Lubinka had grown thin. "You once had flesh on your bones," he would say. "Tell me, where did you lose it?" On account of this, he was not only unceremonious with her, but often even beat her when he was drunk. Toward the end of the winter, the sisters had neither real admirers nor a permanent position. They still stuck to the theater, but there could be no question now either of Pericola or the old time colonels. Lubinka was more cheerful, but Anninka, being more high strung, broke down completely. She seemed to have forgotten the past and was not aware of the present. In addition, she began to cough suspiciously, apparently on her way toward an enigmatic malady. Next summer was terrible. Gradually the sisters were taken to hotels and were given to traveling gentlemen for a moderate fixed price. Scandals and beatings followed one another, but the sisters clung to life desperately with the tenacity of cats. They reminded one of those wretched dogs who, in spite of being crippled by a beating, crawl back to their favorite place, whining as they go. It was not proper to keep women like that on the stage. In those dark days only once did a ray of light find its way into Anninka's existence. Miloslavsky X, the tragedian, sent her a letter from Samovarnov in which he persistently offered her his hand and heart. Anninka read the letter and cried. The night long she tossed about in bed, and in the morning she sent a curt reply: "Why? Only that we may drink together?" Then darkness closed down upon her intenser than ever, and endless, base debauchery began again. Lubinka was the first to wake up, or if not to wake up, at least to feel instinctively that she had lived long enough. There was no work in sight. Her youth, her beauty, and her embryonic talent all had somehow vanished. That they had a shelter in Pogorelka she never remembered. It was something distant, vague, long forgotten. They never did have much of a liking for Pogorelka, and now their hatred toward the place was only intensified. Even when they were almost starving, the place attracted her less than ever. And what sort of a figure would she cut there? A figure which all sorts of drunken, lustful breaths had branded as a creature. Those accursed breaths saturated her entire body. She felt them everywhere, in every place. And what is more horrible, she grew so accustomed to those disgusting breaths that they became a part of her very being. So with Anninka, too. Neither the stench of eating houses, nor the din of the inns, nor the obscene language of the drunkards seemed abominable to them, so that had they gone to Pogorelka, they would surely have missed the life. Besides, even in Pogorelka they must have something to live on. All these many years that they had wandered about the world, they had heard nothing of the revenue that Pogorelka brought. Perhaps the estate was a myth. Perhaps the folks had all died, all those witnesses of the distant and yet ever present years when they had been brought up by their grandmother Arina Petrovna on sour milk and stale cured meat. It was clear that it was best for Lubinka to die. Once this thought dawns on one's consciousness, it becomes an obsession. The sisters not infrequently had moments of awakening, but in the case of Anninka they were accompanied by hysterics, sobs, tears, and so passed away faster. Lubinka was colder by nature. She did not cry or curse, but the thought that she was a hussy constantly preyed on her mind. And Lubinka was more reasonable and saw quite clearly that there was not even any profit in their mode of living. For the future she expected nothing but shame, poverty, and the street. Shame is a matter of habit, it can be tolerated. But poverty? Never! It is better to end it all at once. "We must die," she once said to Anninka in that same cool and deliberate tone in which 2 years ago she had asked her for whom she was saving her treasure. "Why?" Anninka objected, somewhat frightened. "I mean it seriously. We must die," Lubinka repeated. "Understand. Wake up. Think." "Well, let us die," Anninka assented, hardly realizing the dismal meaning of her decision. That same day Lubinka cut off the tips of some matches and prepared 2 glasses of the mixture. One of these she drank herself, the other she offered her sister. But Anninka immediately lost courage and refused to drink. "Drink, you slut!" Lubinka cried out. "Sister, dearest, darling, drink!" Anninka, almost insane with fear, ran about the room, instinctively clutching at her throat as if trying to choke herself. "Drink, drink, you street walker!" The artistic career of the 2 sisters was ended. That same evening Lubinka's corpse was taken into the field and buried. Anninka remained alive. End of Book 7, Chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 7, Chapter 3 of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 7, The Settlement, Chapter 3. Anninka soon introduced an atmosphere of bohemian life into Yudushka's nest. She rose late, and would roam about the house until dinner time, undressed, uncombed, with an aching head, and coughing in such agony that each time it would send a shudder through Porfiry Vladimirych in his study and quite frighten him. Her room was always untidy, the bedding in disorder, and her clothes lying about on the chairs and floor. At first she saw her uncle only at dinner and evening tea. The master of Golovliovo came out of his room all dressed in black, spoke little, and ate with his old time exasperating slowness. He was apparently observing her. After dinner came the early December twilight. Anninka loved to watch the glimmer of the gray winter day gradually die out and the fields grow dim. She loved to see the shadows flood the rooms until finally the whole house was plunged in impenetrable darkness. In the darkness she always felt at ease and hardly ever lit the candles. The only one she allowed to burn was at one end of the sitting room. It was of cheap palm wax and sputtered and dripped. Its feeble flame formed a tiny circle of light. For some time the house would be astir with the usual after dinner noises. Plates would rattle in the hands of the dishwashers, and drawers open and close with a clatter. But soon the sound of receding steps would be heard, and a dead silence begin to reign. Porfiry Vladimirych would take his after dinner nap, and Yevpraksia bury herself in the bedding in her room. Prokhor would go into the servants' room, and Anninka would remain entirely alone. She would pace from room to room, humming, trying to tire herself out, but chiefly endeavoring to drive her thoughts away. In walking toward the sitting room, she would fix her eyes upon the circle of light about the candle, and walking away from it, she would try to single out some point in the darkness and keep her eyes fixed on it. But in spite of her efforts, reminiscences surged up in her mind irresistibly. She saw the dressing room with its cheap wall paper, the inevitable pier glass, and the equally inevitable bouquet from Lieutenant Pankov II. The stage with the stage properties, sooty, slippery from the damp, the hall with its pieces of furniture picked up at random, and its boxes upholstered in threadbare purple plush. The hall which, seen from the stage, looked trim and even splendid, but in reality was dark and miserable. And finally, officers, officers, officers without end. Then she saw the hotel with the vile-smelling corridor dimly lit by the smoky kerosene lamp, the room she would dart into in order to change her dress for further triumphs, the room with the bed in disorder from the morning, the washstand full of dirty water, the bed sheet lying on the floor, her cast-off underwear forgotten on a chair. Next she saw herself in the general dining room, filled with kitchen odors, the table set for supper with its tobacco smoke, noise, crowds, drinking, debauchery. And again officers, officers, officers without end. Such were her memories of the time she had once called the years of her successes, triumphs, prosperity. These reminiscences were followed by others, the prominent part in which was played by the inn, filled with a foul stench, with walls on which the vapor froze in the winter time, insecure flooring, and board partitions, the glossy bellies of bedbugs showing in the crevices. Nights of drinking and brawls, traveling squires hastily taking greenbacks out of their meager pocketbooks, merchants encouraging the actresses almost with a whip in hand. And in the morning, headaches, nausea, and utter dejection. At last, Golovliovo. Golovliovo was death itself, relentless, hollow-wombed death, constantly lying in wait for new victims. 2 uncles had died there, 2 cousins had received mortal wounds. And Lubinka. Although Lubinka, to be sure, had died somewhere in Kretchetov because of her own affairs, yet the origin of her wounds went back to her life at Golovliovo. All the deaths, all the poisonings, all the pestilence came from there. There the orphans had been fed on rotten cured meats, there they heard the first words of hatred and contempt for human dignity. Not the slightest childish misdeed had passed without punishment. Nothing could be hidden from the stony-hearted, eccentric old woman, not an extra bite of bread, not a broken clay doll, not a torn rag, not a worn shoe. Each breach of law and order was instantly punished either with a reproach or a slap. And then, when they had been permitted to dispose of themselves, when they had understood that they might run away from the disgusting place, they ran there. And nobody kept them from running away, nor could they have been kept from running away, because they could imagine nothing worse or more repulsive than Golovliovo. Ah, if all that could only be forgotten, if one could create a different existence in one's dreams, a magic world that would supplant both the past and the present. But alas, the reality Anninka had lived through had so powerful a hold that the clutch of it suppressed the feeble efforts of her imagination. In vain did fancy endeavor to imagine angels with silvery wings. From behind those angels peeped inexorably the legions of Kukishevs, Lyulkins, Zabvenis, Popkovs. Lord, was all lost? Even the ability to deceive and beguile herself? Had that been lost forever in the night revels, in wine, and in debauchery? Yet that past had to be killed somehow, so as not to poison her blood and rend her heart. It had to be crushed, utterly annihilated. How strange and ruthless was that which had happened. It was impossible even to conceive of some future, of some door by which to escape from the situation, of anything at all that might occur to change things. Nothing could occur. And what was even more unbearable was the fact that to all intents and purposes she was already dead, with the outward signs of life yet present. She should have ended it then, along with Lubinka. Somehow she had remained alive. How was it that the mass of shame which had come upon her then from all sides had not crushed her? And what an insignificant worm she must have been to have crept out from underneath that heap of heavy stones piled up on top of her. She groaned in agony and ran about the sitting room, trying to kill the burning memories. Before her eyes swam familiar images, the Duchess of Herolstein shaking a pelisse, Claret Ango in her wedding gown with a slit in front up to her waistline, fair Helen with slits in front, behind, and at the sides. Nothing but obscenity and nakedness. That was what her life had consisted of. Could all that possibly have occurred? About 7 o'clock the house came to life again. The sounds of the preparations for tea were heard, and at last came the voice of Porfiry Vladimirych. Uncle and niece sat down at the tea table and exchanged remarks about the day just ended. But the daily happenings were scanty, and so the conversation was brief. Having taken tea and kissed Anninka on the forehead, Yudushka crept back into his den, while Anninka went into Yevpraksia's room to play cards. At 11 o'clock the debauchery began. Having ascertained that Porfiry Vladimirych was fast asleep, Yevpraksia set the table with various country corned meats and a bottle of vodka. Now came meaningless and obscene songs, strumming on the guitar, and Anninka drinking between the songs and the shameless talk. At first she drank after Kukishev's manner, coolly, with a "Lord bless us" to each glass. But then she gradually sank into gloom and began to moan and curse. Yevpraksia looked at her and pitied her. "As I look at you, lady," she said, "I am so sorry for you, so sorry." "Drink with me and you won't be sorry," Anninka retorted. "No, how can I? They nearly chased me out of the clergy estate because of your uncle, and now if I become well then, it can't be helped. Let me sing you the mustache." She strummed the guitar again, and again came the cry, "I-ach, I-och." Late at night sleep would suddenly overtake her, obliterating her past and allaying her sufferings for a few hours. The next day, broken down, half insane, she would again creep out from beneath the deadening load of sleep and live anew. One of those vile nights when Anninka was singing her filthy songs to Yevpraksia, Yudushka's pale face, ghastly and harassed, appeared in the doorway. His lips were quivering, his sunken eyes looked like sightless cavities by the light of the candle. His hands were folded for prayer. For a few seconds he stood in front of the dumbfounded women and then slowly faced round and passed out. End of Book 7, Chapter 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 7, Chapter 4. Of a Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 7, The Settlement, Chapter 4. There are families that are weighed down by an inevitable fate. They are frequent among that portion of the nobility which once lived idle, useless, and uninfluential under the wing of serfdom in all parts of Russia, and is now passing its last days helpless and unprotected in dilapidated manor houses. In the life of these wretched families both success and failure come unexpectedly and as if by sheer accident. Sometimes it happens that a shower of good luck, as it were, suddenly comes streaming down on such a family. The ruined cornet and his wife, peacefully fading away in an out-of-the-way village, will suddenly be blessed with a brood of young people, strong, clean, alert, pushing, adaptable to the new conditions of life, the boys as well as the girls, in a word, knowing ones. The boys pass examinations with flying colors, and even establish connections and procure patrons while still at school. In the nick of time they exhibit their modesty. J'aime cette modestie, their superiors say about them. And in the nick of time they show that they can be independent. J'aime cette indépendance. They can quickly scent the direction from which the wind blows, but they never burn their bridges, so that retreat is free and easy. These successful makers of our modern history begin with obsequious cringing and almost invariably end with perfidy. As to the girls, too, they in their line contribute to the regeneration of the family. That is, they all marry successfully and then exhibit so much tact in the art of dressing that they experience no difficulty in gaining prominent places in so-called society. From this combination of circumstances, success fairly pours down upon the impoverished family. The first successful members who struggle through courageously bring up another clean generation, which is still better off because the main paths have not only been broken, but also well trodden. Other generations succeed until at last a family comes that has no preliminary struggles and deems it has an inborn right to lifelong rejoicing. Lately, on account of a modern demand for so-called new men, resulting from the gradual degeneration of the old men, there have been frequent instances of successful families. Even in earlier days, a comet would now and then make its appearance on the horizon, but it was a rare occurrence, the reason being that first, there were no cracks in the wall surrounding that blissful region over the gateway to which is inscribed, "Here pies are eaten daily." And secondly, because in order to penetrate into that region, one had to have genuine ability. But now quite a number of cracks have appeared, and the matter of penetration is considerably simplified, since great merits are no longer demanded of the newcomer, but only newness and nothing else. Besides these lucky families, there is a great multitude of families upon whose members the household gods bestow nothing but misfortune and despair. Like a baleful blight, vice and ill luck beset them and devour their substance. The malignant influences attack the whole stock, eating their way into the very heart and laying waste generation after generation. There is born a race of weaklings, drunkards, petty rakes, idlers, and shiftless ne'er-do-wells. As time goes on, the race degenerates more and more, until finally there appear miserable weaklings, like Yudushka's two sons, who perish at the first onslaught of life. Such a sinister fate pursued the Golovliovo family. For several generations their history was marked by three characteristics: idleness, utter uselessness, and habitual hard drinking, the last coming as the sorry crown to a chaotic life. The Golovliovo family would have run to seed completely, but for the fact that Arina Petrovna flashed like a casual meteor through this drunken confusion. By her personal energy alone, this woman brought the family to an unprecedented height of prosperity. Nevertheless, her labors were in vain. Not only did she not transmit any of her qualities to her children, but she herself died ensnared by idleness, empty talk, and mental vacuity. Until now Porfiry Vladimirych had held out against the temptation of drink. It may be that he had been frightened off by the fate of his brothers and had consciously abstained from drink, or that he had been satisfied by the intoxication of his frenzied daydreams. But it was not for nothing that he had the reputation of a drunkard among his neighbors. At times he himself felt something was lacking in his existence. Idle musings gave him much, but not all. They did not supply that sharp, stupefying sensation which would completely do away with his sense of reality and plunge him headlong into the void forever. And now the long wished for opportunity presented itself. Ever since Anninka's arrival, Yudushka had been aware of a vague noise at night coming from the other end of the house. For a long time he had puzzled his head over the significance of the mysterious sounds. At last he discovered what they were. Anninka expected a reprimand the next day. None came. Porfiry Vladimirych spent the morning locked up in his study as usual, but when he appeared at the midday meal, he poured out 2 wine glasses of vodka instead of only one for himself, and pointed to one with a sheepish smile. Anninka accepted the silent invitation. "So you say Lubinka is dead?" said Yudushka, when the dinner was well under way, as if recalling something. "Yes, uncle, she is dead." "Well, God rest her soul. To grumble is a sin, but to honor her memory is quite fitting. Shall we?" "Yes, uncle, let's honor her memory." They emptied one more glass, and then Yudushka grew silent. He was evidently still unaccustomed to the society of human beings. When the meal was over, Anninka, performing a family rite, kissed uncle's cheek, and in response he patted her on her cheek and said, "So that's the kind you are." At the evening of the same day, at tea, which lasted longer this time than usual, Porfiry Vladimirych looked at his niece for a while with a quizzical smile and finally said, "Shall we have some corned meat served?" "Well, if you wish." "Yes, it's better you should do it in uncle's sight than on the sly. At least uncle will." Yudushka did not finish the sentence. Perhaps he had wanted to say that uncle would keep her from drinking, but something prevented him from saying it. From that time on, cold cuts were served in the dining room every evening. The outer window shutters were closed, the servants retired, and uncle and niece remained all alone. In the beginning Yudushka did not keep pace with Anninka, but with a little practice he came up to her. They sat slowly sipping their vodka and talking. The conversation, at first dull and indifferent, became more and more animated as their heads grew hotter, and invariably passed into a chaotic quarrel, at the bottom of which were always reminiscences about the victims of Golovliovo. Anninka started the quarrels. She dug up the family archives with ruthless persistence and delighted in teasing Yudushka by arguing that he alone with Arina Petrovna had been the chief cause of the Golovliovo tragedies. Every word breathed such cynicism and such burning hatred that it was difficult to understand how so much vitality could still exist in that worn out, shattered body. Anninka's attacks galled Yudushka immensely, but he defended himself feebly, angrily sputtering ejaculations of discomfiture. At times, when Anninka went too far in her insolence, he shouted and cursed. Such scenes repeated themselves day in, day out, without change. Every detail of the pitiful family chronicle was speedily exhausted, but it still held the minds of the 2 riveted. Every episode of the past lacerated some wound in their hearts, and they felt a bitter delight in constantly evoking, scrutinizing, and exaggerating painful memories. Neither the past nor the present contained any moral mainstay on which Anninka could lean. Nothing but sordid stinginess on one side and mental vacuity on the other. Her youthful heart had thirsted for warmth and love, but had received a stone instead of bread, blows instead of instruction. By the irony of fate, The cruel school in which she had been taught implanted in her not an austere attitude toward life, but a passionate yearning to partake of its sweet poisons. Youth had wrought the miracle of oblivion. It kept her heart from hardening and the germs of hatred from developing. Youth had made her drunk with the thirst for life. That was why a turbulent, furtive debauchery had held her in its sway for several years and had pushed Golovliovo into the background. Now, when the end was drawing close, her heart began to ache. Now for the first time did Anninka grasp the significance of her past and begin to hate it truly. The drinking lasted far into the night, and had it not been for the drunken confusion of both thoughts and words, it might have resulted in something frightful. But if alcohol opened the well springs of pain in these shattered hearts, it also appeased them. The further the night advanced, the more incoherent became their talk and the more impotent their hatred. Toward the end of the debauch, the aching disappeared and their surroundings vanished from their eyes, supplanted by a shining void. They faltered, their eyes closed, they grew muscle bound. Uncle and niece would then rise from their places and retire to their rooms with tottering steps. Of course, these night adventures could not remain a secret. Before long, the notion of crime became associated with them in the minds of the servants. Life abandoned the vast Golovliovo manor house. Nothing stirred even in the morning. Uncle and niece rose late, and till the midday meal Anninka's racking cough, accompanied by curses, rang from one end of the house to the other. Yudushka listened to the harrowing sounds in terror, and a vague presentiment of his own impending doom stirred in him. It seemed that all the Golovliovo victims were now creeping from out of the nooks and crannies of the deserted house. Gray apparitions stirred everywhere. Here was old Vladimir Mikhailovich in his white nightcap, making wry faces and citing Barkov. Here was Simple Simon and Pavel the Sneak. Here were Lubinka and the last offshoots of the Golovliovo stock, Volodya and Petka. All were drunk, lustful, weary, and bleeding. And over all these ghosts there brooded a living phantom, Porfiry Vladimirych Golovliov, the last representative of the decadent family. End of Book 7, Chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 7, Chapter 5. Of a Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN. Translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 7, The Settlement, Chapter 5. The continual reverting to the past and its victims was bound to have its effect on Yudushka. The natural outcome was it fear? No, rather the awakening of conscience. He discovered he had a conscience, and oblivion and contempt, although blunting its sensitiveness, could not destroy it. The awakening of a torpid conscience is usually fraught with pain. It brings no peace, holds no promise of a new life, but merely tortures, endlessly and fruitlessly. Man sees himself immured in a narrow prison, a helpless victim of the agonies of repentance, with no hope of ever returning to life. And he perceives no other way of allaying his gnawing pain than to break his head against the stony walls of the prison cell. Never in the course of his long, useless life had it occurred to Yudushka that dire tragedies were interwoven with his existence. He had lived peacefully and calmly, with a constant prayer on his lips, and the thought had been far from him that this manner of life had caused so much sorrow. Least of all could he imagine that he himself had been the source of these tragedies. Suddenly the terrible truth was revealed to his conscience, but all too late for him to make amends for the crimes of his life. He was unsociable, old, with one foot in the grave, and there was not a single human being who approached him with loving pity. Why was he alone? Why did he see nothing but indifference and hatred around him? Why was it that everything he touched had perished? This estate of Golovliovo was once so full a human nest. How had it happened that now there was not a trace, not a feather left? Of the fledglings nursed there, his niece was the only one that remained alive, and he had come back only to sneer at him and deal him his death blow. Even Yevpraksia, simple as she was, hated him. She lived at Golovliovo because Porfiry sent her father, the sacristan, provisions every month. But undoubtedly she hated him. He had made her unhappy, too, by robbing her of her child. What was the outcome of his existence? Wherefore had he lied, babbled, persecuted, hoarded? Who would inherit his wealth? Who was to enjoy the fruits of his life? Who? I repeat, his conscience had awakened. Yudushka waited for the evening with feverish impatience, not only in order to get bestially drunk, but also to drown his conscience. He hated the dissolute wench who lacerated his wounds with such cold cynicism, yet he was drawn to her irresistibly, as if there was still something to be said between them and some wounds to be torn open. Every evening he made Anninka retell the story of Lubinka's death, and every evening the idea of self-destruction became riper in his mind. At first the idea occurred to him casually, but as his iniquities became more apparent to him, it sank deeper and deeper into his being and soon was the sole shining spot in all the gloom he saw ahead of him. And his health began to decline rapidly. He coughed violently and at times had spells of asthma that in themselves were sufficient to make life intolerable, let alone the moral pangs from which he suffered. All the symptoms of the malady that had sent his brothers to their graves were present. He heard the groans of his brother Pavel as he choked in the entresol of the Dubrovino manor house. Still Yudushka was doggedly tenacious of life. His sunken, emaciated chest held out against the pain that grew from hour to hour. It was as if his body, too, were resisting with unexpected vigor so as to take revenge on him for his crimes. Is this the end? He would wonder hopefully, whenever he felt the approach of a paroxysm. But death was slow in coming. Evidently it would be necessary to use violence to hasten the end. All his accounts with life were settled. It was both painful and useless to him. What he needed was death. But to his sorrow, death was slow in coming. There is something mean and treacherous in the teasing hesitancy of death when it is called upon with all the strength of one's soul. It was late in March and Passion Week was nearing its end. However abject Yudushka's condition was, he preserved an attitude of reverence toward the sanctity of these days, implanted in him in his childhood. His thoughts of themselves took a serious turn, and there was no other desire in his heart than complete silence. In this mood, the evenings were no longer spent in wild drinking, but passed in gloomy silence. Porfiry Vladimirych and Anninka were sitting all alone in the dining room. The evening service, accompanied by the reading of the gospel, had just ended, and the odor of incense still lingered in the room. The clock struck 10, the servants had retired, and deep, pensive quiet settled over the house. Anninka, her hands clasping her head, was deep in thought. Porfiry Vladimirych sat opposite, silent and sad. Upon Anninka, the Passion Week evening service always made an overwhelming impression. As a child, she had wept bitterly at the priest's words. And when they plaited a crown of thorns, they put it upon his head and a reed in his right hand. And in a tremulous treble she used to sing after the sexton, "Glory be to thy long suffering, O Lord. Glory be to thee." After the service she used to run, all aquiver with emotion, to the maids' room, and there, in the growing twilight (Arina Petrovna allowed no candles in that room when there was no work being done), she related the Passion of our Lord to the servants. Silent tears flowed from the eyes of the slaves, and they heaved deep sighs. The poor servants felt their master and redeemer with their whole hearts and believed he would arise from the dead in truth. Anninka, too, felt and believed. Beyond the gloom of their life of suffering and persecution, all these poor in spirit beheld the radiant kingdom of freedom. Even the old lady, usually so redoubtable, was gentle during Passion Week. She did not grumble or remind Anninka that she was an orphan. On the contrary, she fondled her and soothed her with kindly words. But Anninka was restless even in bed. She tossed about and talked to herself in her sleep. Then came her school years and wanderings, the first empty, the second painful. But even as a nomadic actress, Anninka had jealously observed the holy days, calling back echoes of her distant past and moods of childlike devotion. But now, when she saw her life clearly to its last detail, when she had cursed her life, and when it became obvious that the future promised neither repentance nor forgiveness, when the source of devotion and the wellspring of tears had dried up, the effect of the tale of the crucifixion upon her was truly overwhelming. In childhood a gloomy night had surrounded her, but beyond the darkness she had sensed the presence of light. Now nothing but interminable, everlasting night stretched ahead endlessly. She neither sighed, nor was agitated, nor even thought. She merely sank into a state of profound torpor. Porfiry Vladimirych, too, from his very childhood, had revered the holy days, but true idol worshipper that he was, he had observed merely the rites. Every year on the eve of Good Friday he had had the priest come and read the gospel, had sighed, lifted up his arms, touched the ground with his forehead, marked the number of chapters read by means of wax balls, but had understood nothing. Not until now, when his conscience was awakened, had he grasped the fact that the gospel contained the story of how untruth visited a bloody judgment on truth. Of course, it would be an exaggeration to say that this discovery led him to definite conclusions about his own life. Yet there is no doubt that it produced in him a commotion bordering on despair. This state of mind was the more painful the more unconsciously he lived through the past which was the source of his commotion. There was something terrible in his past, he could not tell exactly what. It was as if a mountainous mass, hitherto motionless and hidden by an impenetrable veil, had suddenly moved upon him, threatening every moment to crush him. What he feared was that he might not be crushed, and he felt he must hasten the climax. He had been brooding over the idea for quite some time. "We shall have communion on Saturday," suddenly flashed through his mind. "It would be well to visit dear mother's grave and take leave of her." "Shall we walk over to the cemetery?" He turned to Anninka and explained his idea to her. "Why, if you wish, we'll drive out there." "No, not drive, but " started Porfiry Vladimirych, but halted abruptly, as if struck by the thought that Anninka might be in his way. "I have sinned against my dear departed mother. I was the cause of her death." The thought preyed on him, and the desire to take leave grew stronger in his heart, to take leave not by mere conventional words, but by throwing himself on her grave and bursting out in the sobs of a death agony. "So you say no one is to be blamed for Lubinka's death?" he suddenly asked, as if trying to cheer himself up. At first Anninka paid no attention to his question. 2 or 3 minutes later, however, she felt an irresistible impulse to return to the subject of Lubinka's death and torment herself with it. And her words were, "Drink, you street walker," he said, after she had repeated the story in detail. Yes, her very words. "And you didn't drink?" "I didn't. I am alive, as you see." He rose and paced up and down the room several times, visibly affected. At last he went over to Anninka and stroked her head. "My poor, poor Anninka," he said softly. At the touch of his hands a startling change took place in her. At first she was amazed, then her face began to work, and suddenly a violent torrent of hysterical, inhuman sobs burst from her chest. "Uncle, are you good? Tell me, are you good?" she fairly shrieked. In a broken voice, through tears and sobs, she kept on reiterating her query, the same she had asked him the day of her return to Golovliovo, to which he had given such an absurd reply. "You are good? Tell me, answer me, are you good?" "Did you hear what the priest read at the evening service?" he said, when she finally grew calm. "Oh, what sufferings he underwent! Only such sufferings can and yet he forgave forever." He resumed his pacing, his very soul rent with suffering, and his face covered with beads of perspiration. "He pardoned everyone," he reflected aloud. "Not only those who at that time gave him vinegar mingled with gall to drink, but also those who are doing the same thing now and will do it again in future ages. What a horror!" Suddenly he stopped before her and said, "And you, have you forgiven?" Instead of replying, she threw herself on him and clasped him firmly. "You must forgive me," he went on, "for everyone on your own account, and for those who are no longer here. What has happened?" he cried, looking around distractedly. "Where are they all?" Utterly shaken and exhausted, they retired to their rooms. But Porfiry Vladimirych could not sleep. He tossed in his bed, all the while trying to recall an obligation that lay on him. Suddenly he clearly remembered the words that had flashed through his mind about 2 hours before: "I must walk to mother's grave and take leave of her." An exhausting restlessness seized his being. At last he got up and donned his dressing gown. It was still dark, and unbroken silence reigned in the house. For a while Porfiry Vladimirych paced back and forth in the room, stopped before the lighted ikon of the Savior with a thorny crown, and scanned his face. Finally he determined upon a course of action, perhaps half consciously. He stole into the antechamber and opened the outer door. Outside a March blizzard was raging and blinded him with a torrent of sleet. Porfiry Vladimirych struggled along the road, splashing through the puddles, insensible to the wind and the snow. Instinctively he drew together the skirts of his dressing gown. Early next morning a messenger came speeding from the village near the churchyard where Arina Petrovna was buried. He brought the news that the frozen body of the Golovliovo master had been found by the roadside. The servants rushed into Anninka's room. She lay in her bed unconscious in delirium. A messenger was hastily dispatched to Nadezhda Ivanovna Galkina, the daughter of Aunt Varvara Mikhailovna, who ever since the previous autumn had been keeping a watchful eye on everything taking place at Golovliovo. End of Book 7, Chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. End of A Family of Noblemen by Mikhail SALTYKOV-SHCHEDRIN, translated by Avrahm Yarmolinsky, 1890 to 1975.